Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Give me a vortex in the chat if I can be heard, family. Give me a vortex in the chat if I can be heard. All praises to the ever present, the all in all, the always was, is, and never shall be. The great I am that I am, the almighty creator. Good to see y'all in the building. Yeah. Give me a vortex in the chat if I can be heard. Y'all see the title, How to Handle a False God, Part 2. The story of Osire, son of the creator. Let's work. Let's work. See y'all in the building. Let me share this while we getting ready.
Since the James Webb Space Telescope was launched, we've been presented with captivating views of the universe that are unprecedented. It has even provided a fresh perspective on the celestial bodies within our solar system. We even saw clouds on Saturn's moon Titan, although they are made up of methane but still cool nonetheless. And we have discovered possible signs of life on an exoplanet only 124 light years from Earth. Yes, I mention the distance as merely 124 light years because we're discussing this on a cosmic time scale. Scientists anticipate that discovering extraterrestrial life is just a matter of time. Before delving into that, let's explore how the cosmic time machine is causing considerable concern within the scientific community. You've likely heard about the ancient galaxies the telescope uncovered, challenging our cosmological expectations. These galaxies are so ancient that they seem to have originated a few hundred million years after the Big Bang, challenging the notion that the Dark Ages were truly dark. And apparently, the
Show y'all this real quick, just to jump back. You know what I mean? Now y'all see how you looking at all those spiraling galaxies and nebulous belts and warp belts. You're seeing evidence of spiraling galaxies or vortexian energy. They'll tell you that's evidence of a big bang. Something exploded billions of years ago, and the evidence are these shattered universes, but they're still spinning. But they're not explaining to you what is causing the spin. What is putting the rotary motion on it? What is that, right? Now watch this. This right here is Osire. The book of Sky, Earth, Spirit, Cosmogony, and Prophecy, chapter 1 and 1. Check this out. Now trip out the video we just was watching. I'm going to go back to it. But trip out what Osire says. 1881, this is written. A lot of this stuff just now being discovered. Look at this. The same principles, the same rules, the same principles apply to all the stars, suns, planets, and moons, but differing in manifestation on account of size, motion, density, and relative place. So according to Osire, Book of Cosmogony 1 and 1, the same rules apply to every sun, every moon, every star, every planet, including this one. So all right, so if the same rules apply, then what's next? Verse 2, the earth floats in the middle of a vortex. So that means, y'all, every star, every sun, every planet, and every moon floats in the middle of a vortex. And we look at all these images. The James Webb Telescope is sitting back from what we call outer space, and it's vortexian energy. Everything's spinning. Everything's spinning. They gonna tell you that's evidence of the Big Bang. Over here, we let you know, no, that's vortexian current, vortexian energy. That's proof of the Almighty. That's the methodology the Creator used. The Creator uses the vortex to create. So these are worlds you're looking at. These are vortices, and in the midst of the vortices, you're looking at physical, corporeal worlds. I know we wasn't silly enough just to believe it was just us, the earth. Ain't no more worlds out there, no more life, none of that. I know we ain't bound down like that. But Osire is revealing through the science. You understand? And again, written in 1881, James Webb Telescope just shot this back earlier this year. And even before that, you had the Hubble telescope that was showing vortexian energy and current. You know what I mean? But the James Webb telescope is even more magnified and dealing with a higher resolution camera and lens. And oh boy, even spots where they pointed to that they thought was dark, that was nothing, that was void, came back with swirling galaxies. Vortices came back with swirling galaxies, man. You see? So according to Osire, the same principles apply to all the stars, suns, planets, and moons, but different in manifestation on account of size, motion, density, and relative place. The earth floats, what you standing on right now, it floats in the middle of a vortex. So does the sun. So does every planet. So does every moon. You see that? It says right here, the outer extremity of which is somewhat beyond the moon. Really? The vortex is globular, corresponding to the form of the earth. Or globular. It said globular, corresponding to the form of the earth, with slight differences, which will be pointed out further on. Vortices are not all closed at the ends. Some are open at both ends. You know what I mean? So notice right here is letting you know that the earth and every sun, moon, star, every celestial body floats in the middle of a vortex, and the shape is globular. The shape that forms in the midst of this vortex is globular, corresponding to the form of the earth. So much for the so-called flat earth theory. Look at this right here. The vortex by its own axial motion turns the earth on its axis. Consequently, the outer part of the vortex has greater velocity than near the Earth's surface, which has an axial motion of 1,000 miles an hour. That may sound crazy to you. You say, oh, hold on, so you mean we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? Why don't we feel it? When the last time you've been on an airplane? I travel quite often. What if I told you that the airplane is traveling at an average speed of 500 miles an hour and you don't even feel it? At times, you can't even feel yourself moving. The average airplane flies at half the speed of the Earth's velocity. And you can't even feel it for real. You dig? Let alone if you was in a car trying to go that fast. But it feel like you just gliding. You barely can even notice you're moving if you're in an airplane. Look at this. The moon has a vortex surrounding it also, which has a rotation actually once a month, but being an open vortex does not turn the moon. All vortices do not lie in contact with the planet, in which case it is called a dead planet. The radius of the moon's vortex is 10 times the moon's diameter, and the radius of the Earth's vortex is 30 times the Earth's diameter, with variations that will be explained presently, which makes sense. Of course, if the Earth sits inside the vortex, then naturally the vortex is wider than the actual corporeal body that is generating or creating. That makes sense. Like, look, let's jump on down even further and show something about some planets in particular. Then we're going to go back to the video. All right? Show y'all we ain't gonna play. Look at that. That's an illustration of solar phalanx, travel of the solar system. Show y'all this right here, though. Some more illustrations and drawings. I want to show y'all this, though, right here. All right, cosmogony 1 and 37. Cosmogony 1 and 37, OSP headshot. Look at this. So the cause of all these things springs from the vortex, the power and force of which is vortexia. By a sudden dissolution of vegetable substance such as wood or straw, we have what is called fire or burning. There is no substance of heat or fire. A dissolution occurs in which the vortexia is liberated. Corporeal substances all contain heat. Even snow and ice have it in infinitesimal quantities, very small, and oils and herbs of all kinds, but the diamond contains the highest percentage of charge. And in these matters, look at this. This deal be going in. And in these matters, philosophers have taught erroneously that heat comes from the sun. But as may be proved anywhere on Earth, heat is evolved or generated only at the expense of destroying something, which is in general called combustion. Heat is a byproduct of combustion. And there is not anything in the entire universe that can give off forever without forever receiving a supply. Heat in anything in heaven or earth had to be stored up in the first place before it could be liberated. Dang. So much for the travel of light. I want to show y'all something about some of these planets, though, I was talking about earlier. Hold on. They mentioned some of these suckers by name. I must have ran past them. Right here, I think. 33, 34. I think that's it. What verse is this? As I was reading something about the planets earlier, called them by name. I say, dang, what is really going on around here? He was a master. That's called heat. No. I'm gonna go back to the video, find it, and jump right back on it. Watch this. Watch this.
Telescope has found more galaxy candidates that could be older than the oldest galaxy, which for now is Macy's galaxy. So we don't know what the telescope is going to find next, but recently it took an image that just made the greatest puzzle in cosmology even more puzzling. Yes, new James Webb images suggest our understanding of the cosmos is flawed, and if the result is correct, we might need new physics to explain the universe. And this is the image that did it. You are looking at pulsating stars that reveal the motion of this spiral galaxy.
Y'all see that? Huh? This is the image. Look, so even the cosmology that NASA and everybody been on, y'all, is being challenged to this very day. It did. And what OWASP is calling vortexian energy, this is the images that are coming back to the James Webb Telescope. Spiral galaxy NGC 5584, 75 million light years away. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the vortexian energy around it. And then look in the middle of it, there's always some type of globular ball of fire or something forming. We just read in Cosmogony 1:1, the same force pervades, the same principles apply to every sun, moon, star, and planet. And it goes into the vortexian energy that's used. Look at this.
Galaxy, 75 million light years away, called NGC 5584, that suggests the universe is expanding faster than astronomers' leading theory of the universe says it should. The observation is
meaning the creator never stopped creating. He never rested. See, science is confirming that what we know as universe is expanding, meaning it's growing, meaning creation is still happening. Creation is still happening. You see that?
In conflict with an esteemed theory, the standard model of cosmology that describes how the universe has evolved since the first moments after the Big Bang. So how exactly is the image creating a stir in our science? The rate at which the universe is expanding, known as the Hubble constant, is one of the fundamental parameters for understanding the evolution and ultimate.
Y'all look that up, the Hubble constant. That's the rate in which the universe is expanding. They call that the Hubble constant. But look right here. Look at all them vortices. Look at all them vortices. I don't even think they really know what they're looking at. Like, how are you looking at evidence of all this vortexian energy, but ain't calling it what it is?
Fate of the cosmos. Imagine the universe is like a big balloon that's getting bigger over time. The Hubble constant is like a special number that tells us how fast the balloon is inflating. Now, scientists have been trying to measure this number using various methods, and the main ways of doing that are 1. Distance indicators. Imagine you're trying to figure out how fast a car is moving, but it's too far away to see its speedometer. Instead, you look at how quickly it's getting closer to you. Similarly, scientists look at objects in space, like certain types of exploding stars called supernovae, or supermassive stars way bigger than our sun. These are like cosmic pinpoints in space, and they tell us how fast they're moving away from us, thereby indicating the expansion rate of the universe. 2. Cosmic afterglow. Another way is to look back in time to the very beginning of the universe, like rewinding a movie. Scientists can study the afterglow of the Big Bang, which is like the echo of the universe's birth. By examining this afterglow, they can calculate the Hubble constant based on the early conditions of the universe. The problem is, when scientists use these two methods separately, they get different results for the Hubble constant. This is called the Hubble tension, and scientists are trying to figure out why these methods don't agree. NASA's James Webb Space Telescope provides new capabilities to scrutinize and refine some of the strongest observational evidence for this tension. So scientists turn the telescope to look at special stars called C-feed variables in space. These stars are like really bright beacons in space, but there's a catch. When scientists use ground-based telescopes or even the Hubble Space Telescope to look at these stars, sometimes they see other stars next to them, like when you try to read a sign, but it's blurry because there are other things around it. With Webb's extraordinary infrared capabilities, it can peer through cosmic dust and help scientists see the C-feed stars much better and not get confused by the other stars nearby. Webb's observation revealed that the earlier Hubble Space Telescope measurements were accurate, although noisier. This means that both telescopes agree on the information they found about the Hubble constant. But here's the tricky part. The universe seems to be expanding much faster than what scientists expected based on its baby picture, aka the cosmic microwave background. Hence, the problem of a Hubble tension still remains, and this brings us to a very important question. What are we missing here? To find the answer, we need to go back in time. Not long after the James Webb Space Telescope began beaming back its images of planets and nebulae from the depths of outer space last year, astronomers, though dazzled by the spectacle, were forced to confront an uncomfortable reality. Something didn't quite fit with their existing understanding of the cosmos. Cut to the present, and we have several months of data received by the telescope that points towards an awkward projection, the need to rethink some of the fundamental tenets governing our comprehension of the universe's origin and evolution.
Man, this is, boy, I don't know what's wrong with him. Cosmogony 1-33 headshot. Right on to my bro SHALOM, man. Salute to the God. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. It says right here, the Earth's vortex is a sub-vortex existing within the sun's vortex. So there's a master vortex, or the sun's vortex is the master vortex of our solar system. And, you know, every other vortex within that is called a sub-vortex or a mini vortex or something like that. All right. It says the Earth's vortex is a sub-vortex existing within the sun's vortex. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and so on are all corporeal or physical worlds. And each and all of them are within vortices. That's why you can see nebulous belts, rings around Saturn or Uranus. Everything is spinning because they sit within the midst of vortices. Every last one of them has a vortex. Remember, the same principles apply for every sun, moon, star, and planet. Same principles apply. So now you're learning the methodology. You ahead of, feel good. You actually ahead of the game or ahead of the curve. NASA looks at vortices all day. It looks at evidence of vortexing energy all day and still don't call it for what it is. From swirling galaxies to black holes. You're learning today, right now, what's causing the spin. You're able to identify, that's vortexing energy, and you can point and show that's proof of the ever-present creator. Because now you got to go into what's causing, what's generating the spin, what's making it rotate, what's putting a rotary motion on it. Now you got to go deal with the ever-present creator. And once you understand that, then you open up and see, man, everything's spinning. It says, and so on are all corporeal worlds, and each and all of them are within vortices, being sub-vortices also. And the combination of all these sub-vortices within and including the sun's vortex is known by the names Great Serpent. That's the name of our solar system, because it travels like a serpent in a coil motion. Shout out to my brother again. Shout out to my brother SHALOM. He showed the path of the motion of the sun for 2 years straight, taking at the same time at the same place every month for 2 years. And when he put up the motion, how that sun traveled, boy, it traveled just like a snake, coiled just like a snake. So that's why Owaspy refers to when it says the Great Serpent, it's not talking about the Geico lizard. You know what I mean? The Aflac duck, or none of that. You know what I mean? It ain't talking about a serpent walking around tempting Adam and Eve. It's talking about the solar system, because that's the way it moves. It moves and slithers like a snake up and down. The same way all type of mechanical waves move. Sound waves. All of them move in the same motion. Like a snake. So when you read Great Serpent and Owaspy, it's talking about the motion of our solar system, with the sun being the head. See, break it down in real time for you, right? And it says right here, and including the sun's vortex is known by the names Great Serpent or Solar Phalanx, for which reason the sun's vortex was called the Master or Tosang by the ancient prophets. Here's a somewhat depiction of it, with the sun at the head, down here at the bottom. You know what I mean? And then all the different vortices. If you zoom in, you can see Earth vortex, Jupiter. You see, so it's like a tornado with other tornadoes within it. All these different vortices corresponding to different planets. Saturn. That's what it meant by that. It says right here, 1 in 34. Were the sun planet extinct, the master vortex would instantly make another sun. That's cold. As the lines of vortexia are in currents from the outer toward the interior, so do the solutions of corpora. Corpora is, physicality. Corpora is atoms. It's, it's what makes physical structure, basically. So do the solutions of corpora take the shape of needles, atoms, and the master pointing toward the center, which condition of things is called light. And when these needles or atoms approach the center or even the photosphere, its actinic force is called heat. You dig? Let's get back to this. Why is everything spinning, man? Let me know. Let me know.
Standard model, which is the bedrock of essentially all research in the field, dictates that there is a fixed and precise sequence of events that followed the Big Bang. First, the force of gravity pulled together denser regions in the cooling cosmic gas, which grew to become stars and black holes. Then, the force of gravity pulled together the stars into galaxies. Yet the data...
But no, what he's calling the force of gravity, y'all, is still vortexia. It's vortex. It's not gravity. It's vortex. It's not light. It's vortex. It's not magnetism or electricity. It's all vortexian energy or vortexian current. That's all it is. You know what I mean? And that's what they ain't figured out yet. It's the same principles or the same force. Watch this.
Relayed by Webb, introduced a jarring twist in this cosmic narrative. It unveiled the existence of exceptionally large galaxies that seemed to form with astonishing speed, defying the timelines prescribed by the standard model. This finding wasn't a minor discrepancy, and to make matters worse, the conundrum surrounding the Hubble tension remained unsolved. At first, scientists hoped that these discrepancies would be resolved as data got more accurate with more observations. But not only has that not happened, the discrepancies have gotten far more precise, and the recent data from Webb has added salt to the wound. This trend suggests a flaw in the model, not in the data. What compounds this unease is the awareness that over the past half-century, the cosmic model has been patched and amended repeatedly to align more closely with the latest data. While these revisions may have been essential and scientifically sound, in light of the current challenges, they appear as a series of conveniently tailored adjustments. Physicists and astronomers are starting to get the sense that something may be really wrong. The standard model of cosmology, which stands as a testament to human intellectual achievement, has its genesis that can be traced back to Edwin Hubble's groundbreaking discovery in the 1920s, the universe's expansion. That's right, in 1929, Edwin Hubble provided the first observational evidence for the universe having a finite age. Using the largest telescope of the time, he discovered that the more distant a galaxy is from us, the faster it appears to be receding into space. However, there is nothing inherently fishy about these features of the standard model. Scientists often discover good, indirect evidence for things that we cannot see, such as the hyperdense singularities inside a black hole. But in the wake of Webb's confounding data about galaxy formation and the worsening problem with the Hubble constant, you can't be blamed for starting to wonder if the model is out of joint. And it might be time for us to take a radical departure from the standard model, one that may even require us to change how we think of the elemental components of the universe, possibly even the nature of space and time. Any scientific revolution of the sort we're imagining would presumably have comparable reverberations in our understanding of ourselves. For now, we wait and watch what the James Webb Telescope does next. What do you think? Does the Big Bang need a revision? Or is it time to develop a new model altogether? Let me know by dropping in your comments. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. And also, we know
look at this right here. Now notice all the swirling galaxies you've seen. They still not calling it for what it is, y'all. Cosmogony 9 and 1, OSP. The same force, vortexia, pervades the entire universe, but differently according to volume, velocity, and configuration. What you're looking at is proof of what OSP is saying is vortexian energy. Easy work, man. Easy work, easy work, easy work. Ooh wee. If you got some understanding, if you're getting some understanding so far, go ahead and give me a vortex up in the chat. Y'all already know how we come. We don't come to play with nobody about nothing. We're going to get it done. How to Handle a False God, Part 2, the story of Osire, son of the creator. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. We gonna get her done. How everybody doing up in this deal? Yeah. Okay. Vortices all through this deal. Let's go here first. Though. And let's get it cracking. Right back at it. Right back like we forgot something. Yeah, man, we actually are ahead of the scientists. That's crazy to me. You see, with the James Webb Telescope, it's rocking with like every so-called idea of cosmology that you know the so-called experts have come to deem as true. You dig? And nothing but the truth is being challenged now, man. Like all that's being challenged. And what's written in OSP is becoming more and more clear. That's wild to me, man. That's wild. So as we sit here chopping it up, and it may seem like the creative gang is insignificant to the conscious community or whatever, but we are ahead of the scientists. That video just came out a couple days ago. The James Webb Telescope is reshaping the standard of cosmology all over this world. You dig? And here we go. We look right into OSP and call it for what it is. Like, hey, look what y'all looking at. If everything is spinning, something is causing the spinning. What's causing the vortex? What's causing the vortexian energy? See, they always thought that was Big Bang. You know what I mean? And it's shattered, and that's why everything's spinning. No, you got to explain what's causing the spin. You see? And before the Hubble telescope in the 1920s, OSP was already written, 1881. It's already written. The cosmogony and prophecy was already there, right? It already said the same force pervades the entire universe, and it is vortexia. Cosmogony 9 and 1, cosmogony 1 and 1. The same principles apply to every sun, moon, stars, and planet. And then it goes into how the Earth sits in the midst of a vortex. We look through the telescope, and all we see is swirling galaxies, and in the midst of them is a corporeal mass, a physical body, a ball of fire, not a frisbee. You see? So objectively, you can look at that and say, dang, man, that's crazy how that worked out. How that's written down like that, and how today they just now starting to see it, but they still can't put their finger on it. What is causing the spin? And if you attack it from that angle, then you got to admit there's a creator. You got to come on outside and call it for what it is. That's an ever-present creator doing that. And your boy, well, who was it? James Hubble or whatever his name was. He was the one that discovered that the actual Earth or the universe was expanding still, which proves that the creator never rested or never ceased from his work. The creator has always been creating. You see, and his methodology of creation is the vortex. And as we watch that video right there, and as them images come back from James Webb Telescope, shit, we up over here. We up over here. OSP already told you what it was. I already told you about the cosmogony. You feel me? That they just not coming out verifying now, and they still can't put their hands on it. So y'all feel blessed. We ahead of the scientists, which make us the most dangerous cats in this earth right now. Yeah. You know what I mean? Shout out to Hosea, my Alabama brethren in the building. Bless up. See, like they probably secretly reading OWASP to make that change. Yeah. Yeah, that one book I got by Hugh Rose, Cosmogony OWASP Science, he tell you in there that in the 80s he handed the cosmogony science and OWASP over to NASA. You know what I mean? I got it. It's an excellent reading too. I don't know if I got it over there somewhere. But yeah. He goes into all the modern science and start catching up with OWASP. It started agreeing. You understand? Crazy, man. Easy work. All right, let's get over here though. Let me show this real quick. This is a good one too. Now let me share my screen. Let's get into this. Let's get back to it. Okay. Well, we shout out to the haters, y'all, jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. Creative gang. Shout out to the creative gang in the building. My brothers and sisters, man, from all walks of life. You know what I mean? Love, light, and power to you all, man. Love, light, and balance. Believe that, man. We up. We should be feeling good. We up. We ahead of the curve. So that means you fake this gonna change the world, man. You change the world. You know how many people reach out to us all the time and be like, man, I mean, they tiptoeing through the tulips still. They ain't outside. We the ones outside. But you know how many people reach out on a daily basis and all I hear is, man, hey, let me tell you something, bro. Man, hey, let me tell y'all something, man. Hey, man, what y'all doing is shaking the very foundation in the, you dig? So we always realize this too, man. We at war. So hey, they shoot back. So set it in your mind, brothers and sisters. Be the resolute to get through all this. Determined. You feel me? At all costs, we gotta unleash this light. It don't matter what we got going on. A megaton light bomb gotta drop. We here. Look, remember the mission that we here to deliver hell. That's it. Bust it open and get our people up out of here, man. You feel me? So the mission is to deliver that light by any means necessary. It's just what it is. All right, so we in the book of judgment, OISP headshot, being the grades and rates of mortals and angels in the light of God as the word came to S, daughter Jehovah. Salute the daughters, man. Salute the sisters. Salute the gods and goddesses who are not worshipped or prayed to. Only here to do a redemptive work and help their little brothers and sisters or mortals rise up to where they at so they can keep it moving themselves. True God and true goddess don't want your praise, don't want your prayers, don't want your worship. They just want your brotherhood or sisterhood. You feel me? So we're going to jump down to chapter 4. We did chapter 3 yesterday. We're going to jump down to chapter 4. There is a book of judgment in OWASP that's very, very thorough. Very, very, very thorough. I suggest you read. Now check this out. All right. And he started getting on. He's going to, when you get down to chapter 3, you'll see right here, he begins judgment on the beast. The four-headed beasts are the main religions in the earth. So the beast system has to do with religion. Religion is the tool that the false gods use to keep you enslaved until this very day. And if you think you're not enslaved, then ask yourself, why does mankind have to pay to live? Nothing else pays to live. Nothing else. Animals don't pay to live. Plants don't pay to live. Bugs. Angels don't pay to live. No, man has been enslaved by the false gods through their weapon of religion. You know what I mean? And it's all one and the same. I really don't know how you separate economics from religion. It's all one and the same when you're done talking. It's all part of the same beast. So this is right here is going to the judgment of the false gods via their so-called tool that they use called religion and their religious devotees. You feel me? So look, we're going to jump down to chapter 4. Let's get on down here and show what we talking about, man. Easy work. Shout out to my brother Cosmo and Cal, too. I don't know if he in the chat or not, but he had a debate last night with a brother by the name of Lucky Guzman. And Cal, you came you came very, very intellectual, brother. Like I already know you get down, you dig, and I had no doubts that you was gonna handle your business. But you came very intellectual, but also you made it easy to understand. You feel me? Like it's been things you've been saying at me for the past couple years that finally turned on for me last night. I said, "Oh, that's what he's been saying." Okay, you feel me? So no. Salute, King. You handled your business yesterday. I actually called. I called Cal this morning because I looked up and seen on Big Aboriginal Power that they was on having an after party. You dig? I ain't see Cal P on there, so I called Cal. Cal was still sleeping. Hello. I'm like, man, your after party on. He like, huh? I'm like, man, your after party. Man, get on over there. They over there talking. Man, I look up. He right there on the platform. You dig? So salute to Cal's mom. Cal, man, you did your thing. Based off dating, based off migration, and based off that extinction level event that hit North America. You feel me? You proved beyond a shadow of a doubt. Actually, you ended it once you showed where Lucia, where she's dated to, and then where, you know what I mean, the earliest so-called migratorial, you know, what they call Native Americans. The first wave of migratory came in. The earliest they could have got here is 8,000 BC. You talking about Lucia was 14,000, 6,000 years before. They ain't even the same people. That was easy. Also, when you said, how can a migrant be Aboriginal? That killed it. All right, so we in OSP, the Book of Judgment, chapter 4, body blow, headshot. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. All right, chapter 4. Bang, bang, bang. It says the numbers of the judgment in the words of God. The numbers of the judgment in the words of God. Hear the words of your God, oh man. Hear the words of your God, oh man. All right, here we go. Hear the words of your God, oh man. I am your elder brother, the captain of heaven and earth. And for that reason, I declare to you in this day that the same as I reveal here shall be testified to by millions of angels to mortals before one generation passes away. Of Brahmin angels in the lowest of heavens, as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 4 billion. Ooh-wee. Hold on. Man, look at all this, though, man. This is crazy. He said, of Brahmin angels in the lowest of heaven. So look up, y'all. Whatever heavens you can see right above your head, those are the lower heavens. That's where hell is at. It's Hadad, the lower heavens, right? Of Brahmin angels in the lowest of heavens as wanderers on the earth. There are this day more than 4 billion. So there are 4 billion wandering spirits or wandering Brahmin angels, religious devotees to the false god Brahmin. More than 4 billion. Y'all, it's only 8 billion people on the earth. Let's keep reading. Of Buddhist angels in the lowest of heavens as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 7 billion. So we already got more wandering spirits of the dead devoted to these false gods in the earth than there are people on the earth. Already, just by the Buddhists and the Brahmins. Look at this. Of Kayuan or the Confucians, angels in the lowest heavens as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 3 billion. So we up to 14 billion so far. Of Christian angels in the lowest heavens as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 3 billion. So what is that, man? What we at so far? We got 4 billion, 7 billion, which is 11, plus another 3, which is 14, plus another 3, which is 17 billion. Look at this. Of Mohammedan angels in the lowest heavens as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 2 billion. We up to 19 billion. Of Jewish angels in the lowest heavens as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 30 million. So we up to what? 19 billion 30 million wandering spirits, religious, devoted angels or spirits of the dead on this earth. Y'all, it's only 7 billion to 8 billion people on this earth. And it's more than double that in wandering spirits, religiously devoted to the false God. You see why we got to shine and unleash this light by any means necessary. Look how many religiously devoted spirits of the dead that are wandering the earth, devoted to the false deities and gods. Y'all see that? Now you know that there are more than double wandering spirits of the dead who are religiously devoted to the false god. There are more than double of the inhabitants of the earth. You see that? It's more spirits of the dead wandering this earth than there are physical people alive. More than double. If you understand that, give me a 9 up in the chat, man. I don't even think people really understand what they're dealing with. Everyone is propelled or influenced or moved by forces that are unseen. Everyone. See, creative gang come to, bring the clarity. And show you, like, watch out. There's a deity right there. You don't think you need to know about the deities? You don't think you need to know about these dark spirits wandering the earth? And these just the religious devoted spirits. These ain't even talking about just the below the grade ones. You see this? Look at this. Look at this. And other angels, and of other angels, idolatrous and otherwise, even on the earth, more than 12 billion. So now we up to what? Dang, boy. So we's already 19 billion. Throw another 12 on that. What is that? 31 billion, 30 million. And of all these angels, not one is above the 5th grade in the first resurrection. You mean to tell me it's over 31 billion? There's only 8 billion people or 7 billion people on this earth, man. It's 4 times that. It's more than 4 times of that when it comes to the spirits of the dead who are religiously devoted to the false gods wandering the earth. And over 30 billion of them ain't above the 5th grade. They ain't above grade 5. Wow. Wow. Count yourself blessed, man. Count yourself blessed. You understand? Like real rap, because I mean you could be worming on your belly to a deity right now and don't even know it. You feel me? You could be worming on your belly right now to what's called a deity and be a slave to an unscrupulous master right now. You see that? Man, this is crazy, B. This is crazy. That's right. Know your enemy. Look at this word. Let's keep reading. It ain't above grade 5 in the first resurrection of the inorganic heavens. Like, these cats are still on this earth, man, bound. You did? They ain't went nowhere. Now, how you achieve all this when you was in the earth, all this preeminence and grandeur, and how you achieve all this and you get across you cross over, you still in sippy cup mode. The 5th grade, you still got to stand in a single file line when you go to the bathroom. You still got your name badge on. Man, look, man. But of those who are below grade 1, there are more than 6 billion. Oh, my God, man. So add another 6 billion on top of that 31 billion, and what you got, 37 billion, 30 million. These are spirits that are below the grades. These are real sippy cup brews. But of those who are below grade 1, there are more than 6 billion, which comprises those angels who know nothing more than babes. The boy's a baby. Boy's a baby. Grab the receiving blanket and burpee. though for the most part they were full-grown adults as the earth life. Like, come on, man. Baby in spirit. Don't have a clue of what's going on. Spent your whole time chasing an imaginary bag. Whole time you're putting yourself more and more into bondage. But of those who are below grade 1, there are more than 6 billion, which comprises those angels who know nothing more than babes, though for the most part they were full-grown adults as the earth life. Clueless. And here you go clapping like a seal at the zoo at feeding time when a certain quote-unquote successful, entertainer or ball player, anybody come through, here you go clapping like a seal at the zoo at feeding time. Oi, oi, oi. But in spirit, that boy's a baby. You did? Like, y'all exalting this world spiritual babies. We just showed you science is just now catching up to what we're talking about, and they still ain't even all the way up to speed. That ain't nothing you sneeze at. That's something that everybody need to be like, hold on. Let me take a look at that again. Let me tap in with Creative Game real quick, man, because they, even though, I may not agree with, but man, hold on, there's something to that. At least be real with yourself. At least be real with yourself. Look at this. Some fetals, some engrafters who dwell with one mortal during his lifetime, and then engraft themselves on another mortal during his lifetime, and so on, calling themselves what? Reincarnated. Bag drop, boy. And in fact, knowing no other heavens, being disbelievers in the all person. In the all person and in my exalted kingdoms. Those who are below grade 1 have class this day as drudges. Them as demons. See, so all the spirits of the dead who wander the earth, they aren't even classified as the same thing. Right? You got those who are below the grades. Right? The sippy cup bros. Or YHWH'S calls them drujas or drudges. Right? Today's term, you call them demons. But those who are below grade 1 have class this day as drudges because they have not left the earth and entered the first resurrection. I mean, you ain't even got you can't even go from the earth to the lowest heavens. You stuck if you below the grades. These them boys that were drunks or dark in spirit when they were in the earth. Ain't nothing but putting that pistol on you, boy. No type of clue about no type of spiritual awareness. I'm just here to get money and die. Ain't no purpose. You know what I mean? They die and cross over and have the same characteristics. Look at this. They inhabit mostly the old cities. Here you go, trying to run back to wherever you're running back to. Medina, Mecca, Jerusalem. They inhabit these drudges that are below the grades. They inhabit mostly the oldest cities. Jericho. And places of filth and indecency. Nevertheless, they also inhabit the palaces of kings, queens, emperors, popes. So now we know that the popes or the Vatican, now we have proof dealing with OSP that the Vatican and its emperor are influenced by drudges or spirits who are bound to the earth, who are below the grades. They ain't even that grade. Look, these spirits ain't even made to the first grade yet. They in pre-K. They in pre-K. They still got binkies in their mouth. That boy a binky. Running around here with onesies on. Boy's a baby. So that shows you that the Pope and all them, the Queen of England, the kings, the emperors, all them, the priests and rich people, majority of all them, y'all, are being influenced by spirits who haven't even made it to the first grade. Baby spirits. Look at this. Those who said and rich people, your priests, your kings, your queens, your popes, your emperors. Look at this. Of grade 1, there are hundreds of millions of angels strolling about on the earth, crying out, I want to go to Brahma. So of the first grade spirits strolling the earth, they looking for Brahma. I want to go to Brahma. I want to go to Buddha. I want to go to Jeebus. I want to go to Christ. Wow. When you die with that belief and crossover, you may be a grade 1. But you're still lost in the sauce. Huh? But notice, you still in disbelief. You died so religiously devoted to the false god or the principle, you still looking for the god or the principle when you cross over. Look at this. And I send my host of high raising angels to them, saying, come to the kingdoms of Jehovah and be clothed and fed, and learn to clothe and feed others. This is the way of resurrection. So that's one thing for sure, though. The Creator will never leave you jammed up. He always gonna give you an out. You just gotta take it, man. You know what I mean? And look, I know some of us, this stuff is ingrained in us. You know what I mean? We got memories of Big Mama and Mama and them, and singing to the mistletoe and hang low mistletoe and all this extra madness. Growing up believing bunnies laid eggs because of Easter eggs and all this extra stuff, man. You dig? The Creator's always there. Like, look, something wrong. Come on home. Come learn to me. Right? And then once you get together, then you're gonna learn how to do that for others, because that's the way of resurrection. Ain't no other way. It's the same rules on every planet, every star, every world. Right? The servants of the Creator serve others in righteousness and good works, and that's how they advance in their grades. That's how you get all the way up to a grade 99 and above and all that. It's strictly based off your affiliation, you understand, and the righteous work you do for others, regardless if you know them or not. Right? That's the love your neighbor as yourself means love the next man, woman, and child as if they're you. Now, we all operated with that mindset. We be powerful and unstoppable because I'm looking at everyone outside of me as if they're me. So you're going to have your best interest in mind, so you're going to handle your business. You're going to stand on business. You see? The way to resurrection is your selfless, righteous works that you do for others. Selfless, not selfish, selfless. And that proves you serve the ever-present Creator. Look at this. But they will not believe and turn away in stubbornness of heart, even as you of the earth do, saying, no, I will rise only by prayers and confessions. We just found out the Pope is led by a below the grade spirit. And you over here confessing to him. Huh? No, I will rise only by prayers and confessions. I want to be changed in an instant, in the twinkling of an eye, and rise and sit at the right hand of God. That's 1 Corinthians 15, 56 on down to 58. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but all shall be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. So that's right there. That's a cut right to Christianity, or a cut right to Paul, that is. Because Paul said that. Saul of Tarsus. You dig? And the Creator's letting it be known, especially in this time. Look, the Creator is sufficient. You don't need nobody in between you and the Creator. There never has been. That voice that you should have always listened to has never been wrong. The Creator been hollering at you. You know what I mean? Been hollering at you. And if you know how to go outside and properly breathe and meditate, you really gonna be hearing some things like, oh. You understand? No. Your Creator is sufficient. Look at this. And there are hundreds of millions who being dead. Look at this. Look at this. And there are hundreds of millions who being dead do not know anything, but through belief in a judgment day went to sleep and are waiting for the trumpet of Gabriel to call them forth. Paul again. 1 Thessalonians 4, 12 on down to 17. With the trump of God, the archangel shall descend. I'm paraphrasing. I guess that archangel is Jibril or Gabriel. There are hundreds of millions who being dead don't know nothing about no spiritual order, no spiritual realm, no system and order when you cross, or know nothing about it. They just know they hadn't heard about Judgment Day from Big Mama their whole life. Look at this. And I send my exalted ones to them. How do the Creator send his exalted ones to man? Through inspiration, you understand? And through the inspiration of others to speak about that light. You understand? So y'all, look, it'll do you good to listen to what the gang talking about, man. CGG is out here bringing the higher light to the situation, clearing up a lot of things too. Don't take this ain't nothing you need to be sneezing at, in other words. And I send my exalted ones to them to awaken them. See that? You know what you're here to do? Wake up and call them up. But they are drunk with their faith. And they relapse again and again for years and years, for hundreds of years. Religion is a hell of a drug, man. You talking about relapsing? See, so our job is to bring the light, because the light heals. The light cleans the filter. Now you be able to see. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. Look at this. Book of Judgment, OSP 4:19. Look how this works. Look how it works. Fulfilling Jehovah's mandate that whoever is bound on earth shall be bound in heaven. Yeah, man. You don't want to be no slave to no false god, man. Yeah, because that's who you're gonna be bound to when you cross over. They all got kingdoms. Till they fall. They all got heavens and all that until it fall. And they cast into torment. They're finally delivered out of torment and then given their judgment. And the same people you was enslaving, you got to work for now. You got to clean all that up. Now it hit different to know what is bound on earth is bound in heaven. Yeah, now you understand. It hit different, don't it? Look at this. And even as one drunken man on earth entices another to drunkenness, so are there hundreds of millions of idolatrous angels who return to mortals and persuade them to their same doctrines and debaucheries. Hundreds of millions. What we finding out today, y'all, is we outnumbered. It's roughly 8 billion people in this earth, and it's well over 30 billion. Well over 30 billion and counting. Spirits of the dead who are either below the grades or religiously devoted to the false gods. But they ain't even above grade 5. Mankind is outnumbered by these unclean dark forces. That's why you got to understand the character of your creator. That's where the power is at. Now that's where that light is at. That's where that healing is at. That's where that love is at. That's where that protection is at. No, I don't agree to no unclean spirit sent at me. I render it powerless in the name of the Almighty Creator. And I expose that spirit to the light of the Creator. Yeah. Raise you up too. Whoever sent you. Yeah. We look, for one, we declare you ain't got no power against us. And 2, since you're over here, you about to get this work too. You about to get this light too. See? We ain't just teaching mortals, y'all. We teaching angels too. Look how many spirits of the dead are in darkness. Well, it's your job to bring the light. Dang. You need to tell me it's your job to bring the light to mortals and angels, yeah? Because there are a gang of angels who are bound to the earth, who are wandering spirits religiously devoted to the spirits of to the so-called false gods. And since you were sent, we're gonna bind you powerless and then expose you to this light and raise you up too. Your angels and spirits or ancestors ain't nothing but one-time people who lived on the earth. They spirit of the dead. That's it. There are persons that are disembodied. They're not in physical bodies anymore. Look at this. Hear the words of your God, O man. Hear the words of your God, O man, and be wise in your judgment. He who created you alive gave to you of his own being. Do y'all hear that? You hear that? Breathe right into you from his deepest part of his essence. Forms you in the womb of your mother and all that perfectly. He who created you alive gave to you of his own being. Be steadfast to him. Stand on your creator, man. You no reason to be walking on no eggshells and needles when we come around because somebody don't like what we saying. No, they walk on eggshells and needles. We ain't in moccasin mode. We ain't squirting water pistols. We outside with the gamma ray, with the light bombs. You gonna hear, see, and feel what we talking about. Stand on the Creator. That's all you got to do. There ain't nobody who should have anything to say against you. What you gonna say? I'm saying the Creator is ever present, omnipotent, all in all, the always was, is, and never shall be. What you gonna say? The Creator is not? What you gonna say? I mean, even if you worship Allah or Yahweh or whatever, you at least you gotta come on outside and admit that you believe that God is omnipotent. So y'all shouldn't even be arguing with us unless you know deep down that who you serving is not the omnipotent one, the ever present. You already know it. Hear the words of your God, O man, and be wise in your judgment. He who created you alive, gave to you of his own being. Be steadfast to him, be loyal to him, be faithful to him, and you shall not err, but eliminate yourself from the chance of error. That's how do you eliminate yourself from the chance of error? By being loyal, you understand, and steadfast to him who created you alive. And you mean. That's how. Stand on it. No reason to be nervous when you walking around a whole bunch of religiously devoted Negroes or whoever it may be. Huh? No, walk in the room like you got the authority because you do. You just saw we are ahead of the scientists. We ahead of NASA. They gonna be coming out years from now talking about the vortexian energy and all that. They gonna accept it years from now. They already got it. We got people that gave it to them. You dig? So as of right now, Creator Gang, you're ahead of the professionals. You're ahead of the experts when it comes to cosmology, cosmogony. You understand? All of it. Quantum physics, astrophysics, whatever you want to talk about. You ahead of the curve. So stand on Creator, man. Stand on it. There ain't nobody, look, listen to me. Ain't nobody coming with no higher light right now. Nobody. Look at this. Your Creator alone. Look at this. Your Creator alone. He alone is unmistakably your sure foundation. Talking about we ain't got no foundation over here. The Creator is our sure foundation, in whom you shall not be tripped up. Flat out. Why y'all think everybody that debate the game either get dusted or disappear? Because we stand on Creator. And it's not like we stand on Creator in name, but indeed we kind of like, on the fence about it. No, all in. Set it off. That's the only way it's going to work. You got to be all in. You know what I mean? Think about it. Whatever you did in life, you got to be all in with it, don't you? Why wouldn't it be the same with your Creator, if not more? You got to be all in, or you'll never see the marvels. You'll never see the wonders or the power of the Creator being, half cop, so to say. You know what I mean? Really don't, believe it all the way. Nah. You got to be all in, 10 toes down, 2 guns up. What you mean? You understand what I'm saying? Final deal, all bets off the table. All bets off. No wincing, no flinching, no second guessing, Creator, nothing. You see? Yeah. And going to every battle and every so-called whatever it may be like that. Like, look, I'm the authority here. Because I'm the only one standing on a sure foundation, which is our Creator. And I can't be tripped up. Right? How a deity gonna trip up the Creator? How? Look at this. Your Creator is sufficient for you and your resurrection. And for this reason, in your soul, you shall abjure all gods, lords, and saviors. Ball game, boy. Abjure. Despise. Why? Because the gods, lords, and saviors of the world are worshipped, proving them to be false gods, lords, and saviors. The only one deserves that, if you want to call it that word, worship or service, is the Creator. But the Creator service is your righteous works and service done unto the rest of his creation. That's how you get a great spiritual grade. That's how you advance higher and higher into higher realities and different worlds and all that. It's just by being a solid individual, man, being stand up, not being scandalous. Like really, treat the next person as if they're you. That's what it means to love your neighbors yourself. Love the next person. Treat the next person as if they're you. You supposed to be out here looking at all your reflections. Yeah. So you got to be a little more patient with people because you're patient with yourself. You got to be sincere with people because you're sincere with yourself. You got to love other people because you love yourself. All that. You understand? Your creator is sufficient. Your creator is all you need for you and your resurrection, right? And remember what I was just saying, being all in. We gonna push the line every time. What you mean? Every time we gonna push the line and make a distinction between the creator and the gods, the creator and the deities, creator and the angels, creator and the idols, creator and the lords. But this right here proves you all in. That's the test right there. How do I prove I'm all in? You got to despise all gods, lords, and saviors that are worshipped. And know for a surety that only your creator is sufficient for you and your resurrection. You understand? Y'all get some understanding? Throw me an 8 up in the chat, baby. Create a gang in the building, man. Let's see what we looking like. Yeah. All praise to the ever-present creator, the all in all, the always was, is, and ever shall be, baby. Right? As long as you walk around with that confidence and know what it is, can't nothing touch you. And even when you do go through, your trying times and your dark periods in life and all that, look, that's just to try, that's to test your willpower, your desire. You know what I mean? Creation goes through its periods of light and darkness. So why shouldn't you? Just when you're going through your low times, don't be, man, I'm being judged by God, man. Damn shit, man. No. Whatever judgment you're going through is what you brought on yourself. The creator allows even his high-raised angels down to men to go through periods of darkness so you could learn how to harness your power. Remember, we read yesterday that to become a god or a goddess is to master the periodic table of elements. You understand? So everyone that was deemed a god by the creator of some type of world, a god or a goddess, means that they grew and were trained and advanced in their education enough to where they can control the elements. That the periodic table of elements we grew up looking at in school, one day you have to master those elements in all their different densities, whether it's solids, liquids, or gases. You got to master the entire periodic table of elements. You know what I mean? The elements, the isotopes, all that. And watch me go into how one day the elements are gonna be looked at in the millions. You gotta learn to straight master them deals, man. That's cold. Look at this. Look at it right here. Verse 24. Judgment 4 and 24. Neither shall you try to exalt his name by adding to it any name in the shape and figure of man, nor by any one of woman born. You see that? He stop trying to add to the creator. Like, okay, if the creator is Jehovah or Yahweh, you shouldn't be saying Yahweh Bahashem Yahweh. No, the creator is sufficient. Yahweh in the name of Joshua. No, the creator is sufficient. Neither shall you try to exalt his name by adding to it any name in the shape and figure of a man. Yahweh was a man. Born of a woman, right? So this Waspi is showing you in getting out the streets the erroneous phrase Yahweh Bahashem Yahweh or Yahuwah Bashem Yeshua. In other words, the creator of the Most High in the name of a man. Waspi just cleared that up. Don't exalt the creator's name. You ain't got to add to it. Look, the creator is sufficient. You ain't add nothing to the creator. No man, no name of no man born of a woman. You see? So that's why we let you know the difference between the Jehovah we talking about and what y'all talking about. Because at times Jehovah or Lord or God can mean a man, a false god, a god, an idol. Right over here in the watch, he's telling you don't add nothing to the name of the creator that symbolizes or is in the shape and figure of a man born of any woman. Don't do that. See how it's clearing that up? Look at this, verse 25. Seek to attain to his voice in all things. Seek to attain to his voice in all things. Huh? Because the creator is always guiding you. Seek to attain to his voice in all things and to obey him for righteousness' sake. Do not be stubborn in your conceit. So when that first mind come through, or that first voice that we all have had since we can remember, I should have followed my first mind. That first voice told me this. That first voice has never been wrong, ever. Right? So seek to attain to that voice and to obey him for righteousness' sake. Stop blocking out the voice of the creator. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. All right? In your singleness of purpose, you should be ministered to by the spirits of the first resurrection. Right? You're being solid with it. Right? It is. In your singleness of purpose, you shall be ministered to by the spirits of the first resurrection. But as you unite yourself in a brotherhood on earth, in the name of the creator, so shall you be ministered to or served by the light of my second resurrection. That's why we got together and formed a gang. Create a gang, baby. Because we're uniting ourselves in a brotherhood while we're on earth. Because that's how we got to move out when we get into the heavens. They move out like gangs, y'all. They mob deep. They don't come. The angels of the creator don't come dolo. Like they're never solo ever. They mob deep. You feel me? But as we unite within a brotherhood on earth in the name of the creator, that's how we start being ministered to by the light of the second resurrection. You feel me? Watch this. Look at this. All right. And the second resurrection is where you start getting into the higher levels of the heavens. Look at this. But it has been proved and it shall be proven again that all brotherhoods on earth founded on any of the idols in heaven shall not stand. Do y'all hear this? Shall not stand. It has been proved. And it shall be proven again that all brotherhoods on earth founded on any of the idols in heaven shall not stand, because there is no second resurrection to minister to them. You see that? So it don't matter, man. Like you could be a Catholic and uniting and doing all that, but if it's based off the false gods, it won't stand. It won't stand. So you could be doing like the Vatican. They do a lot of charity work and all that, but they won't stand though. It's still based off what? The idols in heaven. Because there is no second resurrection to minister to them. And all societies, look at this. Whether you're talking about secret societies, fraternities, sororities, and all societies, constitutions, and bylaws founded by men, not capable of the second resurrection, shall fail. But whoever establishes in the second resurrection, which is the abnegation of self, so becoming selfless to serve Jehovah, shall not fail. I'm just reading through the book of judgment so we can get some understanding and discernment and judgment. You're dealing with this world and the next world. You feel me? So if y'all like that, give me a 7 up in the chat. Create a gang. But as you seeing, the reason why we got to come the way we come, right? Angels of the higher resurrection move out like that. Mob deep. Mob deep. Mob deep. All right. Let's go over here. Let's get into this one right here. We're in the book of Osiris or Osire. OSP, Osiris, son of Jehovah. And again, we're not talking about the Osiris from Egypt. Let me show that real quick again, too. I'm not talking about the Osiris in the judgment hall of Ma'at. That's not who we're talking about. What we talking about was around 8,000 years before the Osiris and the Isis and the Horus that you know in Egypt. That's around the Middle Kingdom, 2700 BC. This was 10,353 BC. So we're talking about roughly 8,000 years prior. Not the same guy. The guy in Egypt took this guy's name right here. You feel me? And then changed the doctrine. And now the one in Egypt was worshiped. This brother right here was never worshipped, ever. He was called on by the Creator to do a magnificent work. And through that magnificent work he put down 12,000 years ago, the inspiration for the study of physical science, astrology, astronomy, and natural philosophy. All that went down during this arc cycle right here, from 10,353 BC to 7,053 BC, or 9,000 to 12,000 years ago. All right. You know, once we put everything on the timetable, you can understand. Creation of mortals, 71,553 BC. All right, so all these little lines of light, or what's called Dana, or times of light in the heavens that the earth travels through. All right, these are the beginning and ending of certain arc cycles. They are roughly 3,000 years apart. Earth comes into these regions of light. It's a new administration. All right, so we are way over here to the 21st arc cycle, which was 12,000 years ago. You see the earth right there? Right, it came into this region of light right here called the arc of day. All right, and this is when this high-raised God, which is a son of the Creator, was called by the Creator to come to the earth and bring discipline to the earth and inspire certain sciences and all that. All right, so that's what we're reading in Owaspy. We're not reading about, see, that's the first astrological observatory that he inspired to be made, Göbekli Tepe, right? Was made around 9600 BCE, which is 11,500 years ago. All right, the first one found. Astrological, so archaeology is agreeing with Owaspy. Owaspy wrote this down in 1881. The first astrological observatory was discovered in 1994, right? Dated right to this time period right here. Right here. 9600 BC is in between 10,353 and 7,053. That's Göbekli Tepe. That's an astrological observatory. You feel me? Discovered in 1994, roughly 30 years ago. Written down in 1881 in Owaspy. It did. Was been buried for thousands of years and finally unearthed in 1994, proving the prophecy and the science in Owaspy to be valid. Arc of Day, 21st arc cycle. Osiris the First. See that? Osiris the False of Egypt, that's in the Judgment Hall of Ma'at, wasn't until 2 arc cycles later, roughly 7,000 years later. Osiris the False, he came around the Ark of Speeder. So these aren't even the same people. See that? Always got to clear that up. That right there is Osiris the False right there. The elongated head piece on. Rise of Osiris the False. Look at that, 2700 BC. All right? We talking about Osiris the First, Arc of Day, 10,353 BC. See? So it's impossible that Osiris the First is the Osiris of Egypt, the false. If you understand that, give me a 6 up in the chat. They're 8,000 years apart. All right? So let's get back to this so y'all can understand. Ah, snap. I ain't even showing it. Look at this right here. I clicked on this mom. I ain't even show it, son. All that wasn't even showing it. Let's go Göbekli Tepe right there. Built around 9600 BC, right within this arc cycle. See that? Mm-hmm. So this, who we talking about right here is Osiris the First. We're not talking about Osiris the False. Just let everybody know. It's the time period, 12,000 years ago. Right? These are the archaeological discoveries in the past 30 years that verify what Owaspy said in 1881. Right? That the first astrological observatories to study the heavens were inspired to be built during this time period right here. This time period right here. I don't know what nobody talking about. The science in OWASP is unfounded. Nah, I don't know. You ain't reading or studying. See, there's a difference. That's Osiris the first during the arc cycle of day, 21st arc cycle. Osiris the false came around the 23rd arc cycle. They 2 arc cycles apart, right? Like 7,000 years apart. They're not the same one. The one in Egypt with Isis and Horus, that one is worshipped. All right, so you see Osiris the first over here. Shout out to my brother SHALOM. He dropped this doc on me. Salute to the God, man. Osiris the first arc of day. All right, 10,353 BC. All right, the rise of Osiris the false, 2700 BC. So as you see, roughly 8,000 years for real. So that proves they're not one and the same. Okay. Easy work, man. Easy work. Easy work. All right, so let's get back to this. All right. So we in OHP, book of Osire. All right, I'm going to start back chapter 5, verse 15, and then we're going to read in chapter 6. All right. Look at this right here. Book of Osire, son of Jehovah, chapter 5, 15. After that, Osire departed, taking the remainder of his host with him in his fire ship, and he went to a heavenly place to the westward where Saru was, being a false god with 10 million slaves. And Osire destroyed Saru's kingdom also. Next, he went to a heavenly place in the north where Rakah, a false god, had 70 million slaves, and Osire destroyed his kingdom also, liberating his slaves and putting a guard over Rakah. So in that way, Osire traveled throughout Atmospheria, demolishing all the heavenly kingdoms of the false gods. Y'all see this? Big bro wasn't playing. Wasn't playing. Of whom there were in all 780. He done dropped 780 kingdoms of these false gods, y'all. But many of them had less than 1 million subjects for a total of 30 days. So you mean to tell me in a month, big bro Osire came through and cleared out the entire lower heavens and dropped 780 kingdoms of the false gods in 30 days flat, and set up new guards and new kingdoms and new nurseries and new factories and new training, you know what I mean, for the advancement of the spirits once they cross over and all that, man. You see what he did? He cleared out the entire lower heavens, 780 kingdoms of the false deities in 30 days flat, man. Salute. He came and stood on business. Look at it. For a total of 30 days, Osire was engaged in destroying all the evil kingdoms in the lower heavens. And then the work was finished. Osire said to his host, for 30 days we labored in destroying that which was. Now we will rebuild to Jehovah for another 30 days. Take the ship, therefore, to the barrage, for there I will found my central kingdom. And after we have completed the work of starting the second resurrection on a sure foundation, which is the creator, then we will go down to the earth and overturn the kingdoms of the false lords and men. Chapter 6. Look at this. Show how the creator get out, boy. Watch this. Look at it. Jehovah said, Vabrad shall be my place. Your throne, Osire, shall be my throne. Send sheriffs out into all the divisions of heaven where you have destroyed the evil kingdoms. And your sheriff shall arrest all the false gods. Detain these niggas. He done put a warrant out on Cuz and them. Hold on. Hey, man. Jaja done put a warrant out on these niggas. Hold on. He say, hey, put a warrant out on these niggas, man. Send the bounty hunters on him. Put the sheriffs on him. Hey, man, that's cold. He say, and your sheriff shall arrest all the false gods whom you have dispossessed and bring them her, so I may speak with them face to face. Boy, Jaja, cold, boy. What you talking about? Detain these niggas. Man, that's cold. Oh man, that's crazy. That's cold. That's cold, I must say. That's cold. Dang. Chris say go detain these niggas. Man, they going off. Look at this. He said, bring them here so I can speak with them. Then Osiris spoke to the sheriff, saying, go out into all the divisions of the atmosphere and arrest and bring here all the false gods, whom I have dethroned, saying to each of them, Osire, God of the lower heavens, commands your presence. Come and hear the voice of your creator. But it shall happen that many will fear to come because of the light, lest their evil deeds be seen. Say to all these, the light will be lowered for a short space of time. Come therefore quickly. So I'm only going to turn this light down a little taste. And sometimes we got to do that. Sometimes we be so far over everybody's head, man. Sometimes you got to, you got to turn the light down a little taste. Just so they can understand. Look at it. To all the knots where the false gods are enveloped, you should take a sufficiency of umbre, so that you may release them, but leave a sufficient guard with the knot to keep them in their places. The knots are the hell knots, torment. So if you religiously devoted to a false god, when he falls, you fall. Y'all get tired and few all these spirits and souls get infused, grafted together, and it's described as a hell knot. You feel me? And those skilled at delivering hell got to untie the knot sometimes. Look at this. The sheriffs went abroad as commanded, being sufficiently provided with attendants and all things required for such adventures. And after many days, the false gods were arrested and brought before the throne of God, Osire, Jehovah's son. And on that occasion, there were assembled 100,000 archangels, of whom 2,000 had risen to the rank of gods and goddesses. Salute, boy. And 30,000 to the rank of lords and lordesses. See that? Y'all see the structure? That's tight. Got the archangels here, got the gods and goddesses, lords and lordesses. I mean, and you know they looking at all the false gods with a jaundiced eye. They looking at all of them like they short. You know how the elders look at you at the top of their glasses? I can only imagine how they was looking at them boys. Had them boys gagged and bound. Drop them niggas at the foot of the throne. And you got all the archangels and the gods and goddesses there. You know what I mean? Like, man, what's up with y'all? Osiris said to the false ones, brothers, greeting in the name of Jehovah. Neither shall you fear nor be expecting of torture or punishment. Though I come in all power, my words should be tempered with wisdom. But I can be no respecter of persons, nor swerve one fraction from Jehovah's commandments. He's like, look, look, ease up a little bit. I ain't gonna kill y'all. You dig? I'm gonna use wisdom, but realize this: I ain't gonna swerve a little taste. I don't care if I know you. I ain't gonna swerve a little taste. You dig? I stand on business. This cat, hey man, this cat wasn't no joke, man. Look at this. Look at this. The bondage of all men was in the Father before you were conscious individuals. Jehovah stretched forth his hand, and you came forth from void, which was your prison, in which yourselves had been as nothing. Wow. In likeness of the Father, I came to deliver those you had bound, and through him I have attained power to that end. So in likeness of him also, I cannot bind you. I heard it. I came in all power to free. Look how cold this is, man. He said, y'all relax a little taste, man. I ain't got too much to worry about. I'm going to speak in wisdom. But in likeness of the Father, I came to deliver those you had bound. And through him I have attained power to that end. So in likeness of him also, I cannot bind you or cast you in prison. No, indeed, my sheriffs have just delivered you from bondage, and I am now holding you free from the knots. Most of you are learned men of the second resurrection. Most of you, talking to the false God, most of you are learned men of the second resurrection, but you have used your wisdom. but you have used your wisdom for self-glorification, being proud to call yourselves gods, not teaching the unlearned of Jehovah and his kingdoms, but falsely teaching that your own kingdoms were the all highest, and so shutting out the true light from the unlearned. Verse 9. Verse 9. Look at this. Jehovah has blessed you all with strong minds and handsome forms, as a result of which you have each falsely proclaimed you were Apollo. Y'all remember that when we was reading yesterday? All of them said it was Apollo. Every last one of them. It was crazy. Like, I am Apollo, the nerve of you. The nerve of you. I am Apollo. He like, man, I don't care nothing about what name you pumping. What that mean to me? What that mean to me? You dig? Look at this right here. Do not think that this matter was unknown in higher heaven. I have here the reports of swift messengers which were brought to me in the firmament above. I did not come in ignorance of what you were doing. Neither did I come in weakness. More than 100 billion who have been raised up to Etheria from the earth and its heavens stand at my side. Besides these, 1,000,000 times as many Etherians from other worlds, and above all of these, the great Orion chiefs, and yet beyond and overall, the great creator, Jehovah. Have I not proved my power before you all? Did I go away in a corner and say, come, I will show you my power? No, I came close to you all. Pull right up. Pull right up, got it right out the car, walk through that front door, punch you right in your mouth. So he's saying, look, you felt my power. You knew I wasn't playing. No, I came close to you all. As the Father first proves power, so have I. You're up close, right in front of everybody. See, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. You don't debate and handle up you in the corner somewhere. No, do it the old school way. Right in front of everybody. That's how you get out. So have I, after that wisdom, so that I may talk to you in wisdom. I had you arrested and brought here. Hear me then and remember my words. Verse 11. Verse 11. In former cycles, the high gods who descended to these heavens, finding false gods, simply liberated their slaves, but put no labor of restitution on the false gods. This was because the false gods of those periods were too imbecile and unlearned. But the earth and her heavens have progressed to a higher state. And with progression comes also responsibility. With learning comes responsibility, and with wisdom also. So the more you learn, you know what I mean? The more you progress, the more wisdom you gain, the more the Creator is saying you're responsible now. You bound your subjects to your kingdoms, and you now perceive you cannot put them aside. You taught them your kingdoms were the all highest. Of this, they must now be unlearned. You got to unteach that. You got to unlearn all that, man. Got to unlearn. You got to get that out the streets because they believe in you, the Creator, and that where they are at is the all highest heaven, and you know better. Some of y'all are learned men of the second resurrection. You ain't been no higher, but at least you know better. You see that? You taught them that you were the all highest gods. They must be unlearned in this also. You put aside the ancient rites and ceremonies in which the name of Jehovah was used, teaching them to sing to you only. They must be taught new songs, substituting the Great Spirit, to whom none can attain forever. You taught them to be unthinking and contented as slaves. Listen, y'all, especially for those who identify with slavery. Slave master got to handle up. He owed that back to the board with your ancestors. You taught them to be unthinking and contented as slaves. They must now be taught to think for themselves and to labor for everlasting freedom and liberty. See, you got to undo the very doctrine that you was teaching. You got to eat that. So now you got to go back to all those hundreds of millions of slaves that y'all had and tell them, I'm just a bitch ass nigga. I can't get jiggy with this. I ain't the Creator, and this ain't nowhere near the all highest heaven. I was lying. I was lying. I was drunk with power. I was lying. See that? Look at this right here. Look at this right here. And now touching the law of resurrection. And now touching the law of the resurrection. Remember, this is the same in all the created worlds, which is that the spirit of man grows by giving away whatever the spirit has to give. If you have great learning and you give of it, then more learning shall be added to you. If you have goodness of heart and gentle words, then by giving this away, more shall be added to you. If you have craft and inventions or mechanics and you bestow of these talents to others, then more will be added to you. As the corporeal man accumulates corporeal things by not giving them away, as the physical man accumulates physical things by not giving them away, not so accumulates the spirit of any man. See that? Your spirit don't grow. Your spirit can only grow and advance more. Your spirit can only grow and advance more based off what you give away. But if you hold on and you stingy, you ain't about to get nothing. The spirit don't grow from that. So what do we get out of that? Meaning we should always be looking to impart some type of knowledge, some type of wisdom, some type of virtue to the next man, woman, and child, because that's how you get more. You don't get that. What I'm saying, you ever bump into somebody that got a gang of possessions, but they very, very stingy. That's not the creator. They're actually bound to their possessions. Bound. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. Hold on for 1 second, y'all. Ooh-wee. Look at this right here. Look at this. So you know, look, it don't pay for you to be stingy. Right? It ain't your knowledge anyway. Like, we be getting knowledge and then running around here acting like we authored something. You ain't authored none of that. None of us live or die unto ourselves, man. You was inspired some way, shape, form, or fashion, or led some way, shape, form, or fashion to the knowledge that you have. Meaning you didn't author it, right? You didn't come up with it. You may have added to it, but you didn't come up with it, right? No matter what you have, man, no matter what it is, from wisdom to knowledge to understanding, you should be willing to give that away so you can gain more. That's how the spirit works, man. That's the order of the spirit. For he who locks up the light of the Father that is in him cannot obtain more light. Makes sense. He who locks up goodness of heart cannot obtain strength of spirit. And without strength of spirit, no man can attain to the third resurrection. Ball game, boy. Don't lock your light up. Don't lock the light of the creator up in you. Huh? When you do that, you're locking yourself down. Yeah. Then you got those who get the knowledge and they be selling it to you and all that. You know what I mean? Like a straight like spiritually hustle you. But boy, oh boy, they in the rude awakening when they cross over, man. The spirit world is based off the same principles of the physical world. You know what I mean? What you bind yourself to in earth, you bind when you cross over. And for many, a lot of times, y'all, for like 6 generations. And if a generation is 33 years, that's like 198 years. Remember, 200 years bound before you can even extend, rise higher. You see what I'm saying? So again, to attain to higher resurrections, the first thing must be to abnegate yourself, become selfless. And then do righteous works unto others. That's how you resurrect. You understand? Be looking to be a conduit of the light of the creator. So no matter who run into you, you feel me, they're better off in running into you. Whether you gave them some advice or some conversation or whatever it may be, they better off running into you because you were imparting light. You ain't locked that light up, man. Never lock your light up. And without strength of spirit, no man can attain to the third resurrection. But so that men may learn to obtain strength of spirit, the second resurrection has been established in atmosphere, belonging to all the habitable corporeal worlds. See that? The chief delight of man shall be, therefore, to find some way to impart his spiritual talents and strength. See this? You should be looking for all types of ways to bring this light out. I told y'all we in conversation with some heavy hitters about some things the conscious community don't even talk about. You feel me? Hold on a second. Look at this right here. Back a second. The chief delight of man shall be, therefore, to find some way to impart his spiritual. Hold on, y'all. Oh, wait, oh, wait, oh, wait, oh, wait. Look at this right here. Look at it right here. The chief delight of man shall be, therefore, to find some way to impart his spiritual talents and strength and to the greatest possible number of people. All right, so we should be getting the delight on coming up with different strategies on how to expose this light of the Creator to all over this so-called earth. That should be the chief delight of us. What are we going to do next? You know what I mean? Look at this. Do not think that preaching to the ignorant is sufficient. Do not think that preaching to the ignorant is enough. But you shall take hold with your own hands and show them how to accomplish. You ain't just talking. You got to show. Remember, Jaja about that work. Ain't just talk. You got to show now. Don't just tell somebody how to get money. Show them. Don't just tell somebody they need a job. Show them. Look at this. Yet labor alone is not sufficient. For some are so created that you cannot inspire them without rites and ceremonies and music. Look at this. Look at this. Nor shall a man, after having taught and raised up a few, say, behold, what a good work I have done. But as long as he finds a man or woman or child who lacks anything, he shall feel to say, alas, what I have done is as nothing in the resurrection of my fellows. Many of y'all's always work to do. Raise up a few. Don't start bragging. There's always somebody else to go raise up. All right. Now, we ain't cured. Have we reversed homelessness yet? Have we reversed diseases? Have we reversed anything that keeps us at an economic disadvantage? You ain't did none of that. Have we got rid of crime? We ain't did none of that. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do. Look at this. For the rule holds for all men alike. For the rule holds. For the rule holds for all men alike to desire exaltation, everlasting liberty, and unlimited power. And unless you are prepared to give these to others, then you cannot attain them yourselves. Ball game, boy. Oh, man, that's cold. Dang, that's cold. And you want, hey, look, you want more spiritual discernment. You want more spiritual, you know what I mean, gifts and all that. You got to be willing to impart that and give it away to receive more. And it's the same rule for all men alike. You desire to be exalted and you want everlasting freedom and unlimited power. If you are not prepared to give these to others, if you ain't prepared to exalt others and, you know, give them everlasting freedom and unlimited power, then you cannot attain them yourselves. Neither is it possible for man to turn away from responsibility. To whom the Father is given, from him the Father requires. You remember, a lot of us wanted 20 women's and 100 children, and some of y'all jumped out there and got that. Now you want to give back. Responsibility. Creator's big on that. Yeah, you free. You ain't no religious robot or nothing like that. With your freedom comes responsibility. No reason to get mad now. You see how your blessings turn into a curse. So after a while, you're like, dang, I got too many children. Dang, I got too many women. Dang, and I got too many possessions. And you look up and you're worried about losing it all. What you just did was accumulate wealth and bind yourself in the same process. You see? Look at that. You have had your kingdoms, yes, and boasted of them. Your boasts have ascended to Ethereum. Will you go there and be asked, where is your kingdom? Shall it be said you shirked from the care of those the Father gave into your keeping? Consider now, O brothers. This is what Osiris is saying to the false gods. Consider now, O brothers, when the conscience of man burns inward, there is still darkness slumbering in the soul. The Ethereal lights will burn him. He whose conscience no longer burns inward becomes himself a brilliant flame of light. Through him, Jehovah speaks. He whose conscience no longer burns inward becomes himself a brilliant flame of light. Through him, Jehovah speaks. Osiris ceased, and now a brilliant light descended about the throne. And presently, Jehovah spoke through Osiris, saying, Yeah, here comes Jehovah. And knows you still ain't seen Jehovah. It's some light descending, and he speaks through that light through Osire. Look what he said. Times and half times I have given to my corporeal worlds and their heavens. In a time I have made a full resurrection to those who aspire to my heavens above. Nor do I go away from any place I created, saying, go alone for a season. But in a time I manifest a new light, for such also are my creations. Do not think that I have given seasons to physical worlds only. I gave seasons to atmosphere also. That's cold. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. It says, is a summer on the earth not a halftime, and the winter half a time, and the two one full time? So also I created for atmosphere a time of 400 years, and a half time of 200 years. And in 7 times and 1/2 time, I created 1 dana, or 1 arc cycle. And if you know about the times, and you know you can properly prophesy. Look at this. For thousands of years, I sent my gods to teach these things, so that my angels could know the times of my resurrections. Does a farmer not have knowledge of the resurrection of spring? When I cover the earth over with new growing things, which I raise up out of the earth, how much more knowledge should my angels have of my spring times in atmosphere, when my archangels come to gather in my harvest of emancipated souls? Do you know how to tell time? Look at this. I commanded my Ethereal host, saying, go to the lower heaven and teach them there is no such thing as individual resurrection. Because that's what we think this thing is. I commanded my Ethereal host, saying, go to the lower heaven and teach them there is no such thing as individual resurrection. And they came proclaiming my word, showing all people that any number of individuals were as nothing unless united. Here it is. This is what the Creator is saying through Osire. The Ethereal, or the archangels, were commanded by the Creator to go to the lower heaven and teach them there. There is no such thing as individual resurrection. And you thinking on the resurrection morning or judgment day, that's what it's about. Not to the higher heavens. You may individually die and cross over, But to get to the higher heavens, where you harvested up out of the earth and its atmosphere, there is no such thing as an individual. Like he don't bring his high raised angels and build all these fire ships for one soul. It'd be billions of them that'd be getting up out of here. There is no such thing as individual resurrection, and they came proclaiming my word, showing all people that any number of individuals were as nothing unless united, which is the salvation I provided to all my worlds. Create a gang, yeah. Create a gang. We united. We pushing forward. Look at this. For I created progress to be in compact. That's cold. That's cold right there. That's cold. Now look at this right here. Book of Osire, I speak 6:24, headshot. For I created progress to be in compact, nor did I give to any person individual salvation or resurrection. See? So now Owaspi is decoding the whole understanding of resurrection that the Bible talks about. Resurrection to the higher heavens is not an individual thing. And the high-raised angels, again, are not building fire ships and roadways, you know what I mean, to come and deliver one individual. Nah. They get down. They be billions of them that be getting harvested. Billions. You know what I mean? At one time. They get harvested up out of the earth and our atmosphere and get to, you know, their first experiences in what's called the higher heavens or the emancipated heavens. Etheria. Look at this. So that men could learn the advantage of compact or being together. I cause mortals to have corporeal languages and to live in cities, so that you and Atmospheria could learn the all perfection of being one with one another. I gave you the second resurrection, teaching you through my gods and lords to deny self, abnegate self-aspiration. For self-aspiration is at the expense of others, but commanding you to learn to assimilate with one another. Yeah, it's like you make your children get together and start playing together and all that. See, you really got to deny self to even get to the higher heavens. To be selfless is a work of darkness. To be selfish, should I say? Selfish. To be selfish is a work of darkness. You want to be selfless, right? You want to be a team player, right? You want to be somebody that's working together with a group of individuals or a body of individuals with the same goal and mindset. And push forward. You know what I mean? Under the creator, because all other brotherhoods that are based off the idols of heaven gonna fall. So we got to learn to deny ourselves and to assimilate, unite with others. You dig? And that means you really got to deny self, because sometimes somebody may get on your nerves. I know I get on a gang of people's nerves. We got to be willing to set that to the side and, you know, unleash this light, do this work. And I gave rites and ceremonies, among which was the oath of service to me and my kingdoms, and to none other in which may bound themselves, which was and is the beginning of liberty. Touching this matter, I created types of rites and ceremonies on earth and in the lower heavens, so that even the unlearned might understand me and my works. For to him who begets children, for to him who begets children, I gave bondage to them and to him conjointly. But this is a bondage that does not circumvent liberty in time to come. For they can ascend to heaven and progress conjointly better than alone. Look at that. So you can progress with your loved ones, whether it be children or whether it be your parents who have crossed over, right? There's going to come a time when you meet up and then you progress together. You know what I mean? In this creation. That's soothing to know, man. You know what I mean? Some of us have lost parents, children, spouses. You know what I mean? My brother Just Me, he be on here talking about that. You know what I mean? Like a lot of us have lost loved ones and all that, but to me, Owaspi is soothing. It's soothing to know, man, you bump back into your people, man. You know what I mean? You bump back into your people, some quicker than others, but eventually you all link back up. You know what I mean? And y'all start moving as a unit toward you know, becoming more and more one with the universal, omnipotent, all in all, ever-present creator, man. That's powerful. Whether it be again, you know, parents, whether it be children, whether it be spouse, your loved ones. You know what I mean? You link again. And that's beautiful to know. And it's not nothing vague. You'd be like, dang, okay, yeah, they link right back up. You know what I mean? And they growing. They're growing. Right? And it's better to progress with your loved ones in the spirit world together than alone. But some gave themselves up to love earthly things such as houses, money, and kingdoms, which things have no resurrection. Here you go, man. You like, man, I got this, my bank account. Yeah, I done bought this, bought that, but there's no resurrection in any of that. That's the crazy part, man. Like, we are running around here basing our lives off something that has no resurrection. You dig? And even no intrinsic value either. And you over here dying over some Federal Reserve debt notes, paying some imaginary nigga named Bill every month. That's the coldest cat ever, if you ask me. Bill. Mankind has to pay to live. And with the carbon tax, they taxing you to breathe now. You getting taxed for everything, even the air you're breathing. You dig? So when it comes down to it, man, you know, some of our people give themselves over to that, but then you look up and they be some of the most miserable people that you've ever ran across. Be some of the people that you deem successful and rich and got a gang of money and all that. You dig? And a gang of children, a gang of women and all that. But them cats be bound, man. They in bondage. You see? So in this era, you got to balance out. Yeah, we got our business to handle and all that, but understand, none of that makes you who you are. You are a divine son or daughter of the ever-present creator. It don't get no better than that. It don't matter if you got a loincloth on or, you know what I mean, you an entertainer, a baller, whatever it may be. It don't matter. You see what I'm saying? It don't even matter. So, but some gave themselves up to love earthly things such as houses, money, and kingdoms, which things have no resurrection. Dang. So, you know, get your bread. I ain't never mad at nobody, but understand it. Just like Solomon said in the Bible, it's all vanity. Ain't no resurrection in none of it. You do realize that, don't you? It's all vanity, player. You're digging. The more of it you have, the more you're bound. The more attached you are. See that? Therefore, such bondage holds the person after death to the thing he loved. Bound. Man, that's crazy. Similarly, many have set up kingdoms in the lower heavens, binding themselves to things that have no higher resurrection. Talking about the false gods. Which things belong on the plateau or atmosphere where I created them. But to them who have bound themselves to their fellow, saying, I am the salvation. It is like a young man saying to a maiden, come, I will be your husband. And she goes to him in confidence. Here then is bondage. And she holds him as the way of her salvation. Neither can he alone annul that which has been united, nor yet can they together annul this. For by their bondage, I am also a party to the contract. Wow. You bound yourself. See? You got to break all ungodly soul ties and spirit ties, man. You got to realize who was bound to them false gods, boy. Creator, please forgive me. Good night. I had no idea. No idea. Dang. Look at this. In like manner, they who assume kingdoms were professing to be gods of salvation and thus enticing my innocent ones to themselves become bound. So even the God becomes bound. The religious devotee becomes bound, and the savior of the God becomes bound. Not only to their subjects, but to the contract of deliverance to salvation. So I created them. The voice ceased, and Osiris said, if a man weds a woman with an evil temper, his glory lies in not going away from her. but in teaching her to overcome her temper. Or if her husband is evil, her glory lies not in going away from him, but in reforming him. It is wise to accomplish whatever work Jehovah has put in your way, rather than to desert it for the sake of personal comfort. Bag drop, boy. You heard that? No. You still got to stand on business and get that done. What, you going to forsake it because of your personal comfort? Nevertheless, there is a limit to all things except the Creator. And with the wise, there is power to accomplish much that seems impossible at first. Hear then my judgment upon you, which is that. Which is that you shall again assume kingdoms. Talking to the false god. You want the kingdoms, right? You want to rule and then been a god and have slaves and subjects and have $5 whores throw grapes down your throat? There your judgment is right here. You shall again assume kingdoms, and everyone shall have all the slaves he had before. And you shall be provided with places and thrones by my archangels, and with councils of my archangels also. And I will give each and every one of you an assistant god who shall sit at your right hand for 4 years, the time of this dawn, teaching how and what to teach. My host will now conduct you to the places prepared for you, around which are erected walls of agony. And when you are safely seated on your thrones, your former subjects shall be brought before you in groups, and adjudged to the labor, and to the schools, and to other places that are suited to them, according to their strength and talents. And I pronounce it upon you that you shall deliver your respective subjects sufficiently for the third resurrection. You got to raise them up. They got to be ready for the third resurrection. That's your labor. And according to your zeal and faithfulness, my host will labor with you to the end that Jehovah may be glorified in your harvest for the emancipated worlds. Attend, therefore, to give the sign in Jehovah's name and prepare to receive ordination from my hands by the power and wisdom of the Great Spirit. The sheriff showed them how to make the sign and how to stand before the throne. So the sheriff showed them how to throw their... Hey, man, it's amazing to me how they throw signs up. And it means certain stuff. I'm like, dang, that's crazy. So even the whole origin behind throwing up your set and stacking, that has a righteous origin to it. It's crazy. The sheriff showed them how to make the sign and how to stand before the throne. And then Osiris said, by your wisdom and love and power, O Jehovah, which rested me, I anoint these your gods for your service and for the exaltation of your kingdoms forever. Amen. The light was now becoming so brilliant that many of the newly made gods quailed before it. But the marshals conducted them, and they passed before the throne of Osire, where they were crowned and arrayed as gods of the second resurrection, after which they were again conducted before the council and saluted on the sign, and then to martial music. We didn't turn that MOP on the mash out posse back on, boy. I noticed that when Osire came through, it says he turned on some martial, some military music to stir up the spirit of his host that was coming with him. I said, dang, he got martial music. That's military music. Osire pull up bumping gangster rap. Look at this. And then to martial music, they were taken to the kingdoms prepared for them. Dang, boy. If y'all get some understanding so far, go ahead and throw me a vortex up in the chat, man. Dang. Hold on 1 second. This is serious. That boy Osire wasn't playing with you. He wasn't playing. Right? You asked for that Toyota, now drive. Now drive it. Oh, man. Hold on. Oh, wee. I see them vortices in that deal. Hey, man, that boy Osire. Hey, man. That boy Osire pull up bumping MOP, boy. Mash out posse. Hey, Cal. Hey, man, I'm going to drop this link in the chat. Cal and Sheila, y'all want to come on, man. Today, I'm just going to keep reading and all that. Chop it up, man. Come in, holler at the gang, man. Hey, man. This cat Osire is serious. This cat Osire is serious, boy. He is not playing with nobody about nothing. You dig? I like them jewels though that just got dropped though, man. That's some powerful jewels, you dig? Very, very powerful. Very, very, very powerful. All right, so we in chapter 7. Hey. That boy wasn't playing it. That deal said martial music. I say martial like martial law. That's military law. He bumping some music to go ahead and stir up the spirits of his host. Like, look, we about to go to war. You know, something to get you out. You know what I mean? That's tight. All right, Book of Osiris, or Osire, son of the creator, OISP, headshot, body blow. Peace to the God. Salute, champ. What's the word, big homie?
Man, peace to the righteous gods. What's the word?
Man, talk to me, big dog. What you got going on?
Oh, man. Listen, you touching on my heart right now, bro. You know, Osire is my dude. This is my dude, man. Hey, look, man, when they said he was coming to the earth at breakneck speed. Listen, they said he was so attentive. He was like, I could just see him leaning over the balcony of his Eravania. You dig what I'm talking about? That Autobahn, moving thousands of millions of miles an hour. You dig what I'm talking about? Coming to the earth. They said he didn't even stop at Shinva. And he ain't go to the stove. He ain't get no gas. He didn't even stop a second.
Nah.
He just pulled straight up to a nigga door. Bah! ran through the door, bumping that stop, drop, shut him down, open up, shop. Oh no. Hey, Osire came through that thing, boy. Hey, them boys came through there with the goons.
Man.
Look, niggas was talking like, hey, I could just see the guy like, hey, you can't do this to me. So, shut up, nigga. Give me the man. Tear this down. Give me 1,000 pillars of light over here. 15 pillars of light over there. You did, man. Hey, listen. They kicked the door in and stole the man trap. What Pimp C and them say? You got about to pull a kick, dog. Lay down on the floor. Hey, dog, they turned the light up on dog. Dog laid on the floor.
Hey, melted. Hey, Carl. And he told old boy them, he say, hey, man, let that nigga sweat a little bit, man.
Yeah. hey, what they did, basically what that is, they shot him in the kneecap. Fire. Nigga, shut up. You'll live. You'll live. Shut up. You did it. Let him sit there for a minute. He'll be all right. He ain't gonna do it no more. Right. And them niggas, hey, soon as he came through there with them goons, them boys say, yo. I was just looking for a good God that'll come and disprove what I was saying.
They start copping please with people that's getting it like me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I mean. They start copping please, bro. Oh man.
Hey, start telling on his host. He started telling on his host. Hey, the second God he pulled up on, man, he blew right past this nigga security. Hey, look. Hey, all I see is like him coming into the door and the security is coming up in slow motion. He just punk mugged the nigga like, yeah. Blah, hand all in his face. Blah, move. Bro, that shit was so, listen, I can see this in my mind. Yeah. This is the dope part about Osiris. I think Osiris is one of the dopest books in here, period. Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? This is my guy. And you know what you can tell about him? He is a stumped down gangster. Whatever he did in his former life, he wasn't playing at all.
No. That's why when I started the video yesterday, I would say, hey, shout out to the gangsters, the G's. Look, yeah. Those who already be knowing it's a creator, they just forced to deal with the cards they was dealt. But make no mistake about it, man, the creator used the hardcore gangster just like he'll use the poet.
Shit, he supposedly made a donkey talk, and also you dig what I'm talking. So if he can use a donkey, he can definitely use a gangster nigga.
Yeah, hey man, this cat hurt wasn't playing, and that's what I did as I was reading the whole story. I put myself there like I was sitting there watching. You know what I mean? And he told that first cat, he say, look, I ain't even finna keep lip wrestling with you. I don't lip wrestle. And then dude try to say one more thing to him. He say, look, you ain't got long to keep talking to me. You feel me? I don't talk to people like you. Man, this nigga said one more thing. Man, he looked right over his nigga so cold. Break down these walls and raise me up 10,000 pillars of fire on this nigga. I was like,
hey, look how he brushed past him at first. He blew past cuz while he was still talking. Oh man, hey, this was hard, bro. This was hard. I ain't even gonna lie, man. That was hard.
Hey man, that dude. That's why I keep trying to tell people, like, man, this cat wasn't playing, man. And it's amazing to me how the creator called his boy. He knew who to call on this one.
Yeah,
he knew how to call God. But at this moment, during the 21st, he had to call Osire through.
He had to call. He said,
you know
what they call him? They say a most severe God.
Yeah. Yeah. He said
he come to discipline a whole people.
Yeah.
Hold on, niggas gotta let that sit in.
Yeah.
I'm so cold with it. I'm gonna make you believe that you did it on your own.
Yeah, that's cold.
Yeah. Listen, they said this boy, they said he come and tame planets. He did this many times. He's a severe teacher, a corrector. You dig what I'm talking about? Straighten up. Tuck your shirt in. Pull your pants up. You dig what I'm talking about? That's what he came and did to the whole planet. This is not no guy to play with.
Yeah.
And his actions, his character, his demeanor show this is not no joke. This boy will choke your mama. Listen, but the crazy part is he ain't got to. He turned up the light on him so
That's
cold.
all he did, when they hear us say Megaton light bomb, man, several times when he was destroying these kingdoms, all he did was turn the light up, and it melted these things. They was like, damn. Right? And they watched him. I'm talking about overthrow his kingdom like a boy, like a child throwing around Legos.
Boy,
nigga. They
don't get it, bro. Y'all gotta read YHWH'S, man. Listen, because what a YHWH'S does and what knowledge does, and this is why it's powerful. It gives you a different point of view. It gives you the ability to change your mind. That's power, right? So if you got a whole different another view, right? You dig what I'm talking about? That gives you a different angle to look at everything from. I always was looking in the Bible and I never synced myself. The angels was white. You dig what I'm talking about? Jeebus was white. You dig what I'm talking about? I never seen a picture of no black angels. You dig what I'm talking about? But when I got but when I got to the O, and I got past the whole white and yellow, because that even threw me for a minute. But I kept reading. I was able to find myself in the book. And so when I get to the book of Osire and I see this nigga, this is a nigga. There's no two ways about it. This is a black man.
Great gangster, gun toting.
What?
Nigga, weed smoking, gun toting.
I seen myself. I seen myself. I said, I know this God. This me. I know him. This why he like that. Because he went through all the shit we going through right now. We would come through and just discipline a planet. Severely, we bend it to our will. That's what Osire did thousands of times.
Hey man, this nigga, bro, cleared out the entire lower heavens in 30 days flat. What the hell are we talking about? There's 780 kingdoms of every false god got cleared out and destroyed in 30 days flat, boy.
And then hold up, new kingdoms was put in their place.
Yeah,
in 30 days.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the cats that came with Osiris, he put them in the place of the false gods. Because remember, he came with like 50 million.
Damn.
He came with 50 million. He came 50 million deep. And everywhere where he conquered, he set up a new regime.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He called certain gods that came with him here. You the god of this place right now. You know what I mean? And here are the blueprints. Build factories, build nurseries, build hospitals, and all that. So the reception of the spirits of the dead, you know what I mean, they can come to a suitable place. And not the place where these false gods is at. Everywhere he conquered, he set up a new government. Yep. You know what I mean? Yeah, bro was strategic. Wasn't playing, bro. It say when a normal God say something in the heavens, people listen and they move, you know, casually. It say when Osiris said it, nigga, everybody in his heaven start running.
Snap to attention. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
I like this. I like that. I like this cat, man. This cat is.
Hey, I like this dude. I like this dude, man.
Yeah.
I can see my listen. He said that the gods snapped to attention when he talked.
Man.
Woo!
What the creator pulled out.
What kind of listen, hold on.
The gamma ray when he called him. Yeah,
hey, dig this. Dig this though. Let me make it even crazier for you. It's God's higher than Osire.
I know.
It's God's that'll put Osire in the trunk.
Yeah, it's God. It's females. It's
females that'll put him in the trunk.
Yeah. It's women in the spiritual realm that got a higher rank than Osire. You see how Osire getting down?
Woo!
Can you even imagine?
No.
Because look,
no.
Right here is serious. But you mean to tell me he ain't even the highest ranking God?
Yeah.
He ain't even got the most advanced training.
He ain't even close.
And Jaja called him to handle some business, man. Hey, man, I don't feel bad, brother.
But hey, listen, man, we got a long time to get this together, bro.
Yeah, we
gonna get it together,
right, man. You know,
we gonna get it together. Ain't no more chestnuts roasting on an open fire no more.
Nah,
you dig what I'm talking about? That don't. I'm not bound to that.
Nah,
I ain't gotta accept that.
Me either. I like how they say Osire was high strung with impatience towards self-willed ignorance, man. Man, listen to me. He had a short fuse for BS. He'll call you on it quick. And that's the thing. We can't be mad at the people we have around us, create a game. that are no nonsense. The ones that ain't playing, the ones that's quick to cut bullshit when they see it. You need to be thanking the creator of those people like that are around. Brothers like Cosmo and Kyle. You need to be happy a brother like this around. You need people around you that's gonna call bullshit when they see it. You see that? See, you got to get out. This was never about you feeling just so, just feeling so soothing and, just so amazing. Nah, this was never about that. You understand? This was about what's needed. And sometimes what's needed is for you to wake your ass up and for somebody to thunder on you when they say that. You don't get up with wakey, wakey, eggs and bacon. You ain't finna wake up like that. You need somebody to say, cut the lights on. Boy, get your ass up.
Yup.
Sometimes you need that. Sister, sometimes you need for a man to tell you straight up, hey, get that together. You tripping. Huh? Brother, sometimes you need that best friend of yours to tell you, hey, you bullshit. Nigga, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, what you on, bro? You
need that. That's the love. You feel me? And Osire was the same way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play with you, Jack. No, Pops called me. I'm coming to bomb some shit. That's it. I'm coming to bomb some shit and get on back to learning. That's it.
I'm gonna get y'all niggas together in 30 days.
30 days flat.
Listen, by the time the 30th day closed, everything was already ready. Yo, man, dog, man. And then, listen, so imagine what a goddess like Vortices. What the hell? What she do? You dig what I'm talking about?
Probably just look at your ass and you melt. Nigga, she probably gorgeous. She probably melt you with her beauty if you off.
Wow.
Her beauty probably so radiant, boy. If you look at her and you on something evil, you probably start melting. Hey, she on some Lucy type time. You seen Lucy?
Come on. Yeah. She melted her. She just turned into thought. You know what I mean? She put you right back, really turned you into a spirit, killed you again. Damn. You dig what I'm talking about? It's different. A watch be different, man. It give you a different point of view, man. And then I can find myself up in this mud. You dig what I'm talking about? I can see some of the stories that they have been telling us forever, and now we can kind of put this stuff and piece it together and make it make sense. That's the beauty of this thing. But man, go ahead, chop it up on my dog Osiris, man, because it's good. This good right here, man. It's good. All right, he might be. I think
hey, Cal, keep speaking for a little bit. Let me handle this real quick.
Oh yeah. But yes, indeed, and just like you were saying, that we see that same thing happen in the book of Fergapati. Turn the light up on Hoab. Hoab was like, whoa, bro. Did a little bit too much. He was like, look, buck up. Buck up, homeboy. You dig what I'm talking about? Buck up, hero. Chin up, champ. You got to take this. You got to go through this. And that light melted the darkness and the misunderstanding and hatred and biases and everything away from Fergapati. From Hoab. I think the story of Fergapati and Hoab is actually the greatest story ever told. It is so hopeful. It's so what's the word? When you're allowed to like decompress, it gives you because the whole point that you learn in the story of Fergapati and Hoab is that Hoab was just like you. He was just like you. No different. He ain't have it all. He ain't know it all. He wasn't right. But he lived to his highest light. He tried to be the best that he could at all things, and he still was wrong. He still had to live his life. And then true God enter into his life. He don't even know why he there. This how cold Jaja is. God don't even know why he here. But he find the people, and he just get to talking to this nigga. He don't even know why. You dig what I'm talking about? So he figure out people and where they from and all this and woo 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 woo. Come to find out, this lowly guy, Hoab, through all the trial and tribulation, was able to become true God of the planet. He went through hurt and scrapes and scars and racism and bias and war on the planet. He was stuck in a hole of his own making to becoming God. What that let me know is, if Hoab can do it, so can I. Huh? If Hoab can do it, so can Cosmon. If Hoab can do it, a regular nigga who lower than you are. He didn't even believe in the creator. He was just trying to do right naturally. A nigga lower than you are became true God. Huh? I want that type of redemptive path. I don't want my chestnuts roasted forever. Forever. I don't want to be trapped in some little box on the earth. I want to be God. And if Hoab can do it, I can do it.
Facts.
If I can do it, you can do it. This is what I'm saying. Hoab wasn't better than you. As a matter of fact, Hoab was lower than you. At least you believe in the creator. So imagine what he had to go through. That man was God. That's the creator I serve.
Makes
Somebody
sense.
who care enough about me to give me a process to be the best that I can be.
Flat out, bro.
Man.
Flat out.
Waspi hit different.
Let you know and being real with it. Like, look, if you spill it, you gotta clean it. That's it.
There you go.
You know what I mean? That makes sense. Like all that extra stuff to where if you don't know certain things or if you ain't went through certain rituals, you basically damn or condemn. You know what I mean? Man, how freeing or liberating is it to know? Dang, bro. All I've ever had to be was who he made me to be.
Wow.
All I ever had to be was who he made me to be. That's it. That's it. The whole time, man. You should be solid. You know what I mean? You know what's right and you know what's wrong. Right? Your experiences have taught you that. You can a child know. My little children know what's right and wrong.
Facts.
You know what I mean? So all the credit is saying just be who I made you to be. You ain't even gotta be like Osiris, Osire. Fergapati is Fergapati. Serpenti all means Serpenti. They all have different personalities, but the creator utilizes every last one of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's beautiful and liberating to know this brother right here, 100,000 years experience, ain't even the highest ranking one, not even close. You dig? And still was called on to handle some business and got it done. Got it done. And the effects of what he put down is still being dug up. Stuff like Gobekli Tepe. Big bro Osiris inspired that.
Yep.
It's right here in this book we read. He inspired that. You know what I mean? 12,000 years ago, when they date Göbekli Tepe to roughly 12,000 years ago, 9600 BC, 9900 BC.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you showed, again, you can't really get around. Like if this is saying this is the time period and this is when it was and was written down at this time in 1881, but it's talking about a time period back during like the 9000 BCs, and then in 1994 it gets dug up because it's been buried for so long, been dug up in 1994, and it dates back to the same period that Owaski said it was in 1881 before it was discovered in 1994. You feel me? That makes Owaski the primary.
Facts.
That makes Owaski a primary at that point. It wasn't discovered till 13 years later. It wasn't even verified then. You see? So man, this right here is a really more of a story to where you can read and you can really realize, you know what? I can be myself and serving the creator. Yeah. Stop trying to be everybody you ain't. Or stop trying to even be in competition with your brothers and sisters. Just be you.
Just be you.
Be you, man. The creator's gonna use you in marvelous ways. All we got to do is educate, advance, rise up, and do righteous works unto each other, man. Love one another, man. That's all you gotta do. Be solid. That's all you gotta do. You did, and we gonna witness the many marvels of the creator's creation, man. Believe that, know that. All right. This right here, man, is book chapter 7. Chapter 7. The book of Osire, O-I-S-P. Chapter 7 and 1. Let's read some of it. Check this out. Check this out. Who shall tell the story of the gods of heaven? Their mighty kingdoms overspreading the whole earth. Hundreds and hundreds of them and thousands. Their libraries of records of valorous and holy deeds. A council chamber of 500,000 souls. Hundreds of departments, thousands. Here abroad to select young students to the colleges of messengers. See that? You continue to learn. Why you think they call it the university and the universe and all that? Look at this. Another board to select students to the colleges of arts. Yeah, all of this ain't at Morehouse. This ain't at Purdue or, Michigan State. This is in the heavens it's talking about. Another board to select students to the colleges of art. Another to select students to mathematics. So you continue to learn once you cross over, huh? Another for prophecy. Ooh, can't wait to get in that class, boy. Another for great learning. Another for factories. Another for compounding and dissolving elements. Ooh, that sounds like a tight class right there. Then come the departments of the cosmogony of the stars. Oh, man. Then of the ethereal worlds. Then the roadways of the firmament. Then Jaye and Ajay and Nebulae. Then Simu, then Hadan and Dan, then the dawn of Dan, then histories of corporeal affairs, and the end of the affairs of the heavens, far and near. Then genealogy of thousands of Orion chiefs. Dang. The creation of mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms. Yes, just to enumerate, even half of what comes before God and his council would itself fill a book. Boy, what is we talking about, Cal P, boy?
What?
Man, what did I just read, bro?
He said that ain't even half. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. I just learned how to do damn near everything. and that ain't even half of it. You can't even, and then did until you master all this, you can't even be God.
Damn.
Right? So, but then think about this. It's niggas who tell God what to do. So how much higher is they than God? What is they learning? And then guess what? It's somebody who tell that nigga who told God what to do. It's somebody higher than them. And then guess what? It's somebody higher than them.
Man.
forever and ever and ever. And guess what? It don't matter if you an Isayan or an Otian. You ain't no closer to Jaja now than you will be then.
Right.
He will still be this far away from you, this far beyond your capacity. When you got all the knowledge you think you can get, it's some more. Soon as you think you about to reach the edge of the galaxy, you dig what I'm talking about? You've been traveling in the Otavan with the homies 17,000 years. You think you about to get to the end of the damn galaxy, and you will be aghast.
Wow.
You will be amazed, because you're going to look out there and you're going to see 17 trillion more years worth of space and time. And when you travel that, you're going to see 17 more.
Good night.
Good night. How does he think about it? How do you code the DNA for everything, everywhere?
That deal said the genealogy of 1,000 Orion chiefs, brother.
What the hell? Where do they come from?
Right.
What the
Right. What do you mean genealogy?
What do you mean genealogy? What do you mean?
What the hell does that mean?
What do you mean? Okay. So as a Lewis, you're gonna trace back to why this nigga is powerful as he is through his genetics, all the way through. Wait a minute, he's this nigga 2 trillion years old.
Man. That is crazy.
Can I drop? Well, hold on one second. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Look at this right here. Look at this. Let's get to verse 2. That verse 1 was crazy, man. I think we need to read that again, like kind of like, you know, I need to go over that again. That was crazy. Who should tell the story of the gods of heaven, their mighty kingdoms, overspreading the whole earth, hundreds and hundreds of them, and thousands. Their libraries of records of valorous and holy deeds, a council chamber of 500,000 souls, hundreds of departments, thousands, here abroad to select young students to the colleges of messengers, another board to select students to the colleges of arts, another to select students to mathematics, another for prophecy, another for great learning, another for factories, another for compounding and dissolving elements. Man, what are we even talking about her? Then come the departments of the cosmogony of the stars, then the ethereal worlds, then the roadways of the firmament, then the Jaye and the Agi, the nebulae, then Simu, then Hiddan and Dan, then the dawn of Dan. Then histories of physical corporeal affairs and of the affairs of the heavens, far and near. Then genealogy of thousands of Orion chiefs. What in?
What the hell?
That is crazy to me, man. The creation of mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms. Yes, just to enumerate even half of what comes before God. And his counsel would itself fill a book. Wow, bro. Wow. Verse 2. Who then, O Jehovah, should venture to unveil the labor and wisdom of your Ethereal gods? How shall the second resurrection give up its mystery? Shall your recorder follow the young student for messenger and disclose the training put upon him? How, like a carrier dove, he is taught to go from place to place, beholding the message in his head. Then follow the student in another department and make a record of how he is taught, and of the multitude of questions that come before the council from far places. Then the rites and ceremonies and the unending verity and magnificence of the music. Can a man describe 1,000,000 men, women, and children? 100 million, 1,000,000,000, 5,000,000,000. Who has seen so great a man to do this? And yet this is only your lower heaven, O Jehovah. Man. Come on, bro. Hey, man. Hey.
He magnificent, bro.
Man, look. Talk to us.
He magnificent, bro.
Man, sometimes you gotta read this stuff, man. This happens to me all the time. I read certain passages, like reading through a YHWH's. Sometimes I have to step away from it. I have to read. It be so heavy. I'll read it and be like, I need to go to, like, really process what I just read. You know what I mean? And look at it from every angle and all that. Bruh, this is serious. He just said, how many, and these is just the lower heavens. Yeah, he said, can a man, right here, can a man describe 1,000,000 men, women, and children? 100 million, 1,000,000,000, 5,000,000,000. Who is seen so great a man to do this? And yet this is only your lower heaven. Oh, wow. Verse 3. Hold on.
It's crazy.
Man, wow, look at this verse 3.
I got this.
Look at this verse 3. This verse 3 is crazy. It says, a strange voice rises up from the earth saying, have they anything to do in heaven, O you gods? And 1/2 of the earthborn coming here in infancy, and the countless millions who know little more than the beasts of the field. Yet mortals are falsely taught. Yet mortals are falsely taught that these unfortunates would skip off to paradise and possess great learning in the hour of death. He say, man, look, let me tell you something. You know how many unclean, unlearned, dark, low vibratorial spirits are wandering spirits and ain't went nowhere past the lower heavens? And you think that you just gonna skip off the paradise and possess great learning in the hour of your death, huh? You don't know this a process, huh? Damn, boy. And guess who they've been taught by? They've been taught by the false deities and gods. They've been taught by the false deities and gods this. Like, that's why you can read the Holy Bible or the Holy Quran or anything dealing with any spiritual text, and when it comes down to what's the system in order set up for those who cross over? What is the system in order? In essence, what are we going to be doing when we cross over? You understand? Bro, listen to me. It's so vague. None of the spiritual texts have a blow-by-blow breakdown on what you're going to be doing when you cross over. You know what I mean? Except YHWH's. Except YHWH's. You know what I mean? We got the first 1,070 years of your education and training and what you're gonna be doing all the way up until you become a Lord. That's just a Lord. They ain't even after a Lord, like you know what I mean? Lord God and God. Bruh, listen to me. Like, I'm talking about blow by blow detail on what it's gonna be. Look at this. Oh, that their understanding could be opened up to your kingdoms. Oh, that their understanding could be opened up to your kingdoms. You all extending the Creator. That their eyes could look upon the greatness of even your lower heaven. To behold 1,000 departments. To behold 1,000 departments reaching as wide as the earth. And then the hundreds of thousands of branch departments of hundreds of grades, adapted to every soul that rises up from the earth. You see the system in order? You see the education, the training, the continued advancement? Ain't leaving you out there vague like you just gonna be saying holy, holy, holy all day. Or your nuts gonna be roasting on fire forever. Just like there's a system and order, a world to receive you. You know what I mean? Guardians and nurses when you came through the matrix, when you came through the womb of your mother. It was a whole system and order. A whole world was prepared for you. It's the same when you cross over. There's already the whole world's already prepared for you.
That's a great analogy. That's actually a good analogy. I'm gonna use that.
Man, absolutely. Absolutely, bro. You know what I mean? So our job is to really take the spooky stuff up off of it. You feel me? Everything that you go through is prepared for your transition.
That's
just
right.
taught not to look at it like that. Feel me? Look at this right here.
Early money.
Verse 5. Oh, that they could look into the dark places and atmosphere, that they could see 1,000,000 souls plunged into chaos by terrible what? War. See? That's how we know if you talk about your God as a man of war, you ain't talking about the creator. That's a deity. Oh, that they could look into the dark places and atmosphere, that they could see 1,000,000 souls plunged into chaos by terrible war. Crazed spirits wild and battling, not knowing they are dead. These cats dying on the battlefield, don't even know they dead. Crossover still banging. Look at this. The ceaseless toil of 1,000,000 nurses and physicians laboring day and night with them. Why? Because when you murder someone, you actually afflict the angels in the heavens that are there to receive the spirits of the dead. You know what I mean? It's like a immature birth or premature birth. You know what I mean? You're actually being birthed into a spirit realm too early. And that brings affliction on the angels that are there to receive your soul. That's why it says right here, the ceaseless toil of 1,000,000 nurses and physicians. Now ask yourself how many people die violently through warfare or some type of warfare daily. Huh? The ceaseless toil of 1,000,000 nurses and physicians laboring day and night with them. Oh, the darkness upon them. Oh, the glory of your exalted ones. Who is there, having seen the magnificence of your glories? Who will not stir himself up every moment to lift up his brother and point the way to your throne? Oh, that they can see your swift gods of dawn, how they hear 100 tongues at one time. And frame answers for all of them. And by a motion of the hand, dispatch messengers to fulfill the same answer, them in words. How they select officers to know 100 at a glance and know where to place them. You see how highly advanced and trained, who you would call, some call ancestors, some call them angels, some call them spirits of the dead. But you see, they progress and become highly advanced and trained. They can do stuff like this to know 100 at a glance. You know what I mean? By motion of the hand, dispatch messengers to fulfill the same words or the same in words. How they hear 100 tongues at one time when dawn comes. Right? These are things that you're going to be advancing in. Look at this. It says right here. It says how they select officers to know 100 at a glance and know where to place them so that everyone shall fit his place. Who is there, O Father, that can frame into words the proceedings of heaven so that mortals can comprehend even a fraction of your great glories? Shall a man light a candle and say it represents the sun? How then can they find the affairs of mortals comparable to your kingdoms? Oh, that they knew the meaning of the difference between all light and the darkness of man's judgment. Flat out. Oh, that they knew you, you central son of all light. Oh, Cal, talk to me.
Man, he said it though. Only if they knew. You central son of all light, all truth. Huh? All love, all creation, all is, was, ever shall be, you that.
Man, look, man.
Ain't no light outside his light. Gee, this different.
It is. It is.
Look what it say next though. Look what it say next.
It say, where we at? Verse 8, right?
Yeah.
It say, oh, that they knew you, you central son of all light. Man, hold on. Man, look, man. They have put away your person and they go in any direction. Your great gods are only myths. Your great gods are only myths to them because of the darkness of their souls. Behold, they look for a small man with a large sword. The power of great wisdom is they do not know. Talk to me, Cosmon Cal, man. This is showing that we don't even understand a fraction of the system and order of the spirit world, man. Owaspy is really the only one that's giving you some type of insight into what it's going to be like, man.
Into the glory, of the order.
And it's not
There's
even
a
making
whole way that this thing is being ran.
Yeah, man.
It's not happenstance. It's not willy-nilly. It's not him and haw. It's not guess. It's not beat around the bush. There is a mind behind that, and the proof is there is order to everything.
Facts.
But imagine the order that must be in the heavens. We can't even comprehend the order down here in the earth. We still finding new elements.
Right.
Huh? Boy, he got the universe laid out. How do you,
man, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't act like your mind ain't blown off reading this type stuff, man. This is like, dang. And remember, he's dropping all these jewels after he just cleared out 780 kingdoms of the false gods.
And look, he not talking about himself.
Nope.
He talking about the creator.
That's right.
The nigga who made Osiris.
Yeah, exactly, bro. That's powerful, man.
Man, it's different.
Dang.
It's different.
Look at that verse 9. Verse 9 say, oh, that they could observe the coming and going of thousands of messengers from far kingdoms before the throne of your God. How he has answered their matters instantly. And all the while heeded the voices of 1,000 marshals. Oh, that man knew. Oh, that man knew the glory of order, the power of harmony.
Dude, he's saying he's doing this all at the same time.
At the same time.
He's doing it at the same time. And just by looking, he can look at 1,000 niggas and know exactly where they're supposed to be and what job they're supposed to do. Just by looking. And then at the same time, answer 1 million people on, not only hear 1 million people on the earth, answer 1 million people on the earth. What? What? What are you? Huh? What are you talking about? This is something different.
Yeah, it is.
This is something. It's different. I've never seen nothing like this. You know what I mean? I've never seen anything like this, bro. This is something special.
I mean, to be openly honest, and I mean, I'm a brother that read a lot of the different, you know what I mean, especially all the texts surrounding Bible. You know what I mean? I've read a lot, bro. Just period. A lot of the spiritual books, a lot of religious books, a lot of secular books, whatever. To be honest with you, you know what I mean? I've never read anything. I done read Your Rancher too, just for anybody that's listening that's stuck on Your Rancher. Your Rancher can't hold a candle to what we read. It ain't even close either. It ain't even close either.
Joe ain't. Your Rancher or Colburn's, and I've read all three.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I would have to agree with you, bro. Just to be solid and just and it touches so many different topics too, though, man. You know what I mean? Like Owaspi touches a lot of different topics, man. It hits from so many different angles, but ties them all together to where a dentist could have made this up, man.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
No man.
And then it dropped megaton bombs randomly, just in the middle of a conversation. It'll drop a megaton bomb like it ain't nothing.
Exactly.
And then it be so outrageous, but with such a hint of truth to it that when you go actually study it and you find it's real, it blows your mind. What I'm finding is, this is what I find. I went into Owaspi to debunk Owaspi because I wasn't gonna fall for the same trick again. You dig what I'm talking about? You wasn't gonna get me to fall for the God spell again. So I went into Owaspi to debunk everything it said because it made too much sense. It hit too perfect. I said, ain't no way. Ain't no way. So, but over the years, what I found is all science, history, culture, heritage, if Owaspi say it, all science does is just prove what Owaspi say.
Yeah.
It don't even try to debunk it.
No,
because when you actually look at what Owaspi say and then look at it in science, they may not call it the same name, but the function and character of what the thing does is proven objectively, so we know it's what science is calling whatever. Because let's just say, for instance, in the 1880s they call atoms corpuscles,
right?
But now and today we call them atoms. So when we go back in the day and they get to talk about corpuscles, we know we had a certain date and time,
right?
You know what I mean? And Owaspi lays things out to the point to where they can't be denied because they've already been proven.
Yeah.
We just didn't know that it had been proven because we wasn't looking at it from the proper point of view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you talk about the atomic parts, that's atoms.
Come on.
I say, down on.
Come on, man.
Talking about the atomic parts in 1881, bro. The electron wasn't even discovered in like the 1890s or something crazy. The 1897, something like that.
The term wasn't even created.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing called no electron or atoms and all that then.
Or atomic, period. There was no word.
That deal says the atomic parts right in there. I say, hold on, man.
The word hadn't been invented yet. This is what. Listen, Owaspi different, bro. It's different, man. Everybody can try to deny this, but I'm just saying, everything that Owaspi say, science is already proven. Mm-hmm. And if it hasn't been proven, right, by science, they got a sort of glimpse of understanding. But when you put that in the proper context of what the thing does, you dig what I'm talking about? It's explained in Owaspi.
Yeah. Like we went over yesterday, the Van Allen radiation belt.
Come on.
The lowest Van Allen radiation belt is 500, 600 to 700 miles above the Earth's surface. You know what I mean? And shit, cosmogony 4 and 2 tells you the belts where these things occur are 500 to 600 to 700 miles above the Earth's surface. 1881. Well, the Van Allen radiation belt wasn't discovered or confirmed until 1958. And guess how far it is above the Earth's surface? 500 miles.
Miles, yeah.
77 years wasn't confirmed. 77 years later, Cal.
Come on, man.
I went over there yesterday.
Like,
just for anybody think we playing. Like, ain't nobody playing around here. Like, how is this talking about work belts, 500 radiation belts, 500 miles above the Earth's surface, the lowest one? The lowest one. We're talking about it's a gang of them from 500 miles on up to tens of thousands of miles up. You know what I mean? And it's great. The Owaski says between 500 to 700 miles, usually between 500 to 700 miles above the Earth's surface. Cosmogony 4 and 2. That's confirmed in 1958 by James Van Allen, that they call the Van Allen radiation belt. And he observed that the lowest belt, or that lowest warp belt, is 500 miles. Wow. Of the Earth's surface. So again, we got some more science validating what Owaski had already confirmed, written down, and that means what JBN got was spot on.
Ain't no way he could have known none of this.
What nigga should do? Who the hell done been outside the Earth to confirm it's a radiation belt? and Kyle, down to the distance.
Come on, man.
Come on, bro. We ain't just saying it's belts, but down to the distance. It's 500 miles above the Earth's surface.
If somebody say he just thought he seen radiation, come on, man. You can't make this up.
At some point, you're gonna have to call a spade a spade. 77 years before James Van Allen confirmed it, Owaski was already written down. Cosmogony 4 and 2. Cosmogony 4 and 2. Nigga, I got it locked in now. I said, man, let me start locking these verses in. I'm gonna have to start firing off on these cats, Cal, man.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? That right there, you can't duck that.
Yeah.
Can't duck.
How do you know? How do you know? If he didn't get this, first of all, if it's Owaski is so on point, if he made this up out of his mind, right?
Right.
Why wouldn't he take credit for it?
Exactly. That's like George Lucas not taking credit for Star Wars, bro.
That's like Michael Jackson not taking credit for Thriller.
Come on, who don't do that? Who puts out something this I'm talking about this startling and don't take credit for it?
Right. That's like Einstein putting out the theory of relativity, not taking credit for it.
Come on, man. We gotta get ourselves together, man. You can stop playing with this. This deal is this is really a megaton bomb. I'm telling y'all, like, man, look. And true about this, it's more to be confirmed. Like, we just barely scratching the surface, man. You know what I mean? I'm talking about it's more to be confirmed, and y'all, as of today, make no mistake about it, the creator gang is ahead of the so-called experts at NASA.
Facts.
When it comes to the cosmogony and the prophecy and the timetables of prophecy. We as of today, as you heard my voice, we true about this, y'all. We light years ahead of the experts. Light years. Because they look, and this is why I say that, because they're looking at swirling galaxies and don't have the insight to call it vortexy. Don't have even the insight to call it that. They'd rather say these are shattered and scattered remnants of the Big Bang spinning. That's what they say. They don't deny they're swirling galaxies, but once you understand, well, hold on, there's something that's causing it to rotate. There's a rotary motion on it. See, once that question comes out, now you got to come on outside and admit there's a creator then. There's a creator. And the vortices that he used, the vortexian energy that he uses, is methodology of creation on all levels.
Yeah.
On all levels. That cosmogony and prophecy is something first.
Listen, we light years ahead of so-called science today. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll get in a conversation with the best of who you think, Neil deGrasse Tyson, any of them. You dig what I'm talking about? I will body cuz in a how of the because see, for many years they had already they relied on Big Bang. But now we got stuff like James Webb Telescope that's proving what Cosmon and what the creator is saying, that this thing is spinning. And it ain't no end to it. Ain't no expanding. It's already there. Nothing is expanding. And the proof of that is that the electromagnetic magnetic radio background is everywhere.
Yeah.
Ain't nowhere it's not. So that would be we would see that expanding, but we don't, because it's already there. That means the ether or the material that the energy must pass through was already present before it was there.
Facts.
So there is no expansion, and then we don't objectively see anything blowing up and creating a new substance, a new material, or new planet. And then these galaxies, you dig what I'm talking about, that should not exist or be much further away from our galaxy than they are. We see them in the first quote unquote million years or so after what they thought was the Big Bang, right? They not as far as other planets that are much older. You dig what I'm talking about? They or the planets that are farther, many of them are younger.
Right.
And then there are planets that are older that are closer. This should not be able to happen. The oldest should be out towards the edge and the new inside. We see old stuff right next to ours. And then new stuff next to that. Showing that it wasn't no Big Bang, it was on purpose. It was big spin.
Yeah.
Big vortex. You dig what I'm talking about? You gotta have motion first. They say a thing in motion will continue to stay in motion unless acted upon by another physical force, right?
Right.
Well, what creates the first motion?
Right. There has to be some type of initial spark or force that causes the rotary. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, look, I bumped into a cat.
Oh, they didn't keep that boy.
That do contract work with NASA and all that. You know what I mean? I was doing his HVAC service for him.
Oh.
Look, I opened his eyes about the vortex. About vortexia and all that. He was like, shit. At first he denied it.
Yeah. You blew dog mind.
Yeah. That and ether. He ain't know nothing about it. He was like, damn. I mean, he knew, but when I said it the way I said it, you can tell it opened his eyes up, like that's what I've been missing. Yeah. You got the unified field theory, and you writing down the equations for magnetism and gravity and showing how they're similar and all that, but you missing. And I told him, I said, what you missing is the vortex.
Yep.
What you missing? That's what you missing.
Missing the motion.
Yeah, you missing the motion behind it. And,
yep.
and he looked at me and at first kicked against it and said, shit, you're fucking right. That's what he said to me.
And then check the tell him the similarities between him and Hugh Rose.
Oh man. Yeah. So the dude this was a couple weeks ago, but Hugh Rose, who wrote the book Owaspy Science, Cosmogony. It's called Cosmogony Owaspy Science by Hugh Rose. Hugh Rose, when you look at that book, Hugh Rose went to the University of Illinois, and so did the dude who I was doing that service for. Because I brought the book up to him, he read the introduction and was like, "Damn, that's my alma mater. I went to the University of Illinois." Hugh Rose got a degree in electrical engineering. Dude had him a degree in electrical engineering. Hugh Rose worked at Honeywell. You know what I mean? Dude worked at Honeywell. Hugh Rose did contract work for NASA. So did dude who I was doing the HVAC service. And the crazy part is is that Hugh Rose died in Scottsdale in 1998, and the dude whose service I was doing, I was in Scottsdale. He lived in Scottsdale. You feel me?
Wow.
So I asked him, did he know him? And he had never heard of him. You dig? So I showed him that, and he was like, "Man, send that to me, please. I'm gonna give me some of that." You dig? So that's how that played out, man. You know what I mean? Dude is straight electrical engineer. He develops AI. He develops builds computer software, all type of stuff. Dude is straight engineer, design all type of stuff.
And you forgot to put in the fact that he still worked for NASA.
Yeah, he's still to this day doing his thing with NASA and various other little contractors and all. I say, dang, this cat is serious. You feel me? Serious work.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, and this cat was in his 60s, so he had been doing his thing for about 40 years, still doing it. Rich dude, you know, no curves in the world or whatever, but he had a few questions about electricity dealing with his air conditioning system and all that. So I ran it down to him, and he wanted to come see me open up his system and perform some checks and all that. So as we doing that, he's rapping to me about what he does. I asked him, had he ever heard of a WASP? He hadn't. I asked him, had he ever heard of Hugh Rose, who wrote about the science of the WASP? He hadn't. So I had the book on me. I went down there, I grabbed it, and opened it up right to the front. Dang. I was like, what you missing is the vortex. You talking about the unified field theory, and y'all trying to discover what binds or what causes the relationship between something like electricity and magnetism, and you draw out all these equations. They look the same, but y'all still can't figure out what relates them or what binds them. I said, you're missing the vortex.
Facts.
Vortex, that's what you missing. You feel me? And when I tell you his eyes lit up like shit, he said it out loud. He said, shit, you're fucking right. That's what he said to me. And he was looking like, who is this?
Who is this little nigga? He got hit with that nunchuck. He got hit with that nunchuck real quick.
You know what I mean? So I was like, hey, well, look, you know, I ain't got too many people to rap to about this, man. So it'd be good to continue to rap to you. You know what I mean? He was like, man, please take my number down. He did. I took his number down. And then that night I sent him a few things out the book. Told him, to get the old WASP, the standard edition and all that. He was like, look, I'm about to look through all this and I'll be getting back in touch with you. We're going to go out and have some drinks. I was like, all right. You know, man, let's chop it up, though. You feel me? So, yep, that's how that happened, man. So we've been, and then y'all already know your brother Daryl Cosmon, the mad scientist. He sent me an email the other day, like he be straight. Daryl, the reason Daryl is a prophecy, Daryl goes venture in the waters. He venture in the waters that most people don't even think of. Like, who thinks about emailing an eminent professor, emeritus, like you know, like this nigga, how did you find this cat? You feel me? Like he be straight talking. Daryl be talking to like the real scholars and all that via email and all that. They be throwing back information. I got an email Daryl had sent out to a cat, and he was talking to him about ether. You know what I mean? Dealing with Maxwell and all that. Dude straight respond to him. You know what I mean? So now, man, Daryl be, you know, he really be on his thing when it come down to like proving this. You know what I mean?
He really a mad scientist, bro.
Yeah.
He really a mad scientist. He a mad faithist. You know what I'm talking about? He mad faithist, man. The boy, that's why he Leonardo.
Yeah. Now he Donatello.
Donatello. Yeah, Donatello.
Yeah.
That's why he Donatello. You dig what I'm talking about? He a mad scientist. The boy different.
Yeah,
he different. Hey, listen, the Nick, hold on. If y'all don't believe me, all you got to do is go to Jehovah Chronicles number 60. It's either 60 or 66. And it's the science of OWASP with Daryl Cosmon. And listen, this Negro debunked the theory of relativity.
Facts. I was a witness. I was there.
Y'all playing with the wrong ones.
Mm-hmm.
This nigga debunked the theory of relativity.
Einstein, boy. And did it in real time too. I say
real time. Did it in a 3-hour lesson.
Yeah, man.
Sheesh.
So I
Y'all
mean,
keep messing with Daryl Cosmogony. Listen, I'ma tell you, Daryl. Listen, had that debate with him and Ghana Stepper it went through, Daryl Cosmogony be in jail.
hey,
he was gonna catch a body.
Hey, Ghana Stepper is smart. All that stuff.
He was smart to run.
That was a wise move.
That was smart to run.
He better not have showed up. Look, he took it out of ego. You feel me? What you mean? Which text is more scientifically proven and spiritually progressive? Nigga, nigga, do you know what you just took? You just running out there falling on your own sword. You don't have a clue what you just did. You know what I mean? So now, man, we really be in contact with, and we really are putting this science and this math to the test, man. And everywhere, every door I open up, man, every door I open up, everything I run into, it just becomes even more verifiable and more confirmation. It'd be like, dang, how you gonna get past that? And the beautiful thing about it is infinite more jewels to come. We ain't finna, we in the Cosmogony era. We ain't finna stop finding more and more jewels, confirming more and more what we got going on.
Watch this though. This is what a waspy. This is why a waspy real called. Because everything it prophetically say has either happened or will. And one of the things that is saying, and I think this is gonna happen before the semi-dan, is they gonna find pine. It says pine will be found in the Cosmogony era. I think just from my calculations, that happens before the 200-year mark.
So we less than what, 25, 24 years out?
Yup. to get some true panic history. Boy, what?
Man, that's gonna be earth shattering.
The mountains, what they think is mountains on the bottom of the floor are buildings. Oh my, I can't wait. I'll be every day. I jump on my little metro web just to find, because I be looking for weird stuff. I don't even want to talk about the regular stuff. I look for different stuff. I mean, every day they find some massive temple smack dab in the middle of the Pacific on the bottom of the floor next to the Marianas Trench. I've been waiting.
Yeah,
it's bound to happen.
You know it's coming.
And what they gonna figure out is in the middle of the Pacific, there ash layer that is nowhere else. It's nowhere else in the world. It's millions of miles wide, and it's smack dab in the middle of the Pacific. It is a white ash layer that is only from 0 to 40 feet deep. Once they look up under that white ash, they're gonna find everything all together.
Boy,
it's under this movable ash layer, which is the top of the middle of the floor of the Pacific. It's nowhere else in the world. And so what they're gonna find in there is whole buildings, whole massive societies, cities caught in situ, like what's that city?
Pompeii.
Pompeii.
Yeah.
It's gonna be just like that, but caught in volcanic ash, or what they believe is volcanic ash. Is not. It fell from the sky, heated. Right. This is why it's nowhere else. If it was volcanic, that means it would have to flow to the Pacific. That means it should be in the Americas or in Asia, but it's not.
Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, look, man. I got an elder that called us the most dangerous cats in the world a couple weeks ago, man.
The OG told you the truth.
Yeah, he called me, and then he called me. I just talked to him like 2 days ago. He said it again. He said, "Hey, man, y'all brothers be careful." He was like, "Look, man, y'all are straight exposing false gods, their kingdoms, their religious devotees on every level." Like, yeah, bro, we gonna set it off. Shit, we ain't here to be quiet and tiptoe through no tulips.
Nope.
He just confirmed, like, man, the information is beyond life changing. You know what I mean? These people are being like we just read with Osire. He came through and liberated the slaves, didn't he?
Yeah.
He dropped the kingdom and set the slaves free. Like, y'all get up out of here, man. You know what I mean? And that's what we doing, bro. I'm telling you, and so many people. I heard this in the beginning. Like it's a great relief. Like, man, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Where I was listening to that one class that Cosmo and Cal was doing, or C-Law was doing, man. When Dura was talking about this, you dig? And bro, it made so much sense. Like, damn, man, that is an angel. Damn, bro, that's crazy. Like, but it's liberating. It's liberating, man. So we doing a major work, and really, I mean, in the earth, you know what I mean? In the earth, dealing with, our era and generation. Who else in the world doing it?
Nobody.
Oh, man. I mean, shout out to the ones that got it before us. You got the UFK and all them. You know what I mean? The Essenes, Cosmon, and the Seventh Era Faithists. You know what I mean? A lot of them
ain't doing what we was doing.
Age. Susan B and all them. Shout out to
And
Pete.
also, we must remember they aren't the remnants of the Algonquins.
Yeah, right.
It was the remnants of the Algonquins, the Negroes of America, who was supposed to get this 159 years after the Cosmon era of 2007.
Yeah, that's what C-Law started turning into the book, wasn't it?
Come on.
Oh, bad.
Come on.
None of this is happenstance. So that's what I'm saying, though. That mean we being moved by the angels of the higher heavens. We're a spectacle. Like, we being observed by the high raised angels and all that, bro. Like, this is major.
Indeed.
It is, man. I don't take it for granted. And I'm the type that don't believe in coincidences anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? If I'm gonna sit up here and tell you there's an ever-present creator and there's a divine designer behind what we know as this system and order and how this universe worked, and even these events is orchestrated, bro.
Yeah, that take luck and chance out of the equation.
Yeah. Nah, I can't even roll with that now that I know there's Louis and all them and Suey. I'm gonna roll with that knowing that's that. Like, how? Come about luck and happenstance, and these things is planned out 6 generations down the line.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. There ain't no mistake with this, man. Look at this right here. Let's read some of this right here.
Go ahead.
Last verse of this chapter 7 of Osiris, son of the creator. They have seen a clock. They have seen a clock. Well, hold on. Let me read the last part of this 9, man. This is verse 9, 7 and 9. Oh, that they could observe the coming and going of thousands of messengers from far off kingdoms before the throne of your God. How he has answered their matters instantly. And all the while heeded the voices of 1,000 marshals. Oh, that man knew the glory of order, the power of harmony. They have seen a clock with 100 wheels, and the eye of its maker overseeing its every part in motion. And they call it wonderful. But how can they know your counsels, O Jehovah? Your millions and your God on his throne, mounted in your light, overseeing a whole heaven. What majesty of words can make mortals comprehend his wisdom and power and great labors? Boy, that's amazing. Chapter 8, book of Osire, son of the creator. Man, if y'all enjoying this session so far, man, go ahead and give me a vortex up in the chat, man. Y'all make sure y'all go over to Cosmon Cal TV, like, subscribe, share. Y'all make sure y'all go over to Creative Gang TV, like, subscribe, share. You know what I mean? Shalom TV, like, subscribe, share. The Bronze Yoga Report, like, subscribe, share. Ahuba Lifestyles, like, subscribe, share. You dig? And many more, man. We in the building. Support the gang. We all together. All right, we all together, man. Much love. Got the big homie here fresh off a debate last night. Over here to ragdoll this little boy, man. Hey, Cal, what you doing like that for, man? Damn. Destroyed Lucky. I said, damn, to the luck right off that boy. Chapter 8:1. Thus Osiris established Vibraj, the resplendent heaven, with 1,800 sub-kingdoms and atmospheria, all under the commandments of the central kingdom. Then he established the roadways between them and appointed 700,000 messengers. After that, he ordained proper officers for intercommunion, and the several sub-kingdoms established their places of learning and places of labor, their hospitals and nurseries, and their innumerable Asaphs, the receivers of Essenes, the newborn spirits of the dead of the earth. You're reading about the system and order, right? Of the heavens made to receive your spirit when you cross over. Look at this. Osiris said, behold, there is order in heaven. Now I will appoint a God to hold dominion 200 years. For while the dawn of Dan yet remains, I will assist him. Let the examiners search then among my hosts and find from those who sprang from the earth one who stands clear on the record and chief in rank. So the examiners searched, and after 30 days, they selected Konas. And when Osire was informed, he sent 1,000 of his own attendants in an Otivan. That's a fire ship. And they brought Konas to Vibraj to Jehovah's throne. Osire said, greeting in the name of the Father. You are chosen above all others, and after the dawn of Dan is ended, you should be God of heaven and earth for 200 years. Prior to the ascent of my hopes and myself, behold, I will crown you. Till then, you shall sit on my throne and fill my place while I am absent. I have now restored order in heaven, having given all the inhabitants a single purpose and concert, by which their resurrection is surely founded. Now we'll go down to the false lords' kingdoms on the earth, and to the mortal kings and queens, and restore order there also. So Osire dropped the heavenly kingdoms of the false gods. Now he's going to go check the kingdoms of the lords. The Lord is a land god. The lords of the earth. The false lords' kingdoms on the earth, and to the mortal kings and queens, and restore order there also. Konah said, your will and JHWH'S be done. I am exalted and rejoice in what is bestowed upon me. Make me strong and wise, O JHWH'S, so I may glorify your kingdoms. See how you accept what Jehovah put on you? Just how Konas did. So after due preparation, Osire departed privately, taking with him 100,000 attendants, going down to the earth and to the false lords' kingdoms in the cities and temples of mortals. 7 days Osire spent traveling around the earth, visiting angels and mortals, but telling no one who he was or what his object was. And then he halted his Otivan, which had been built for the purpose in the regions of the mountains of YHWH'S in western Japheth or China. He said, YHWH'S shall be my headquarters for a season. Here then I will found the first Lord's kingdom for mortals. And because mortals have made an idol of Apollo, I will cast down Apollo and make them know that I, Osire, am Lord of the earth. Then spoke Tang, saying, behold, the glory of JHWH from the start. In our journey around the earth, we have found the Ions not as idolaters, but still worshipers of the great spirit JHWH. But as to the half-breeds who can understand them, they believe nothing. They believe everything. They ask the idol for rain and for dry weather, for strength to slay the drunks, for flesh to eat, and for famine to be visited on their enemies. Dang. They are as living prey for drudge to feast on. They invite the darkest of all evil, and to do their wills in return, the drudge, the evil spirits, busy themselves inoculating the earth with poison to kill the mortal's enemies. Osiris said, with the Ions, we have little to accomplish. With the Ions, we have little to accomplish. But as to the Gons and the Ahuans, they shall be converted into disbelievers of the presence of all spirits, except two, Jehovah and Satan. To accomplish this, I will give them 3 figures, the signs of seasons, which shall represent the Creator in all parts of the living, the sign of the sun with motion and all life coming forth, and the hand of man. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Talk to me, Cosmon Carol.
We see this same representation in all ancient religions and cultures. The hand is one of the oldest Phoenician signs. The sun, shit, they worship the sun even in Egypt, Ugarit, Phoenicia, ancient Harappa, even in the ancient European societies, and they the last of the last. The ancient Greeks and Etruscans and even the Minoans before them worship the sun and sky deities. Come on, man. How?
Look at this right here. How? So you seen the numbers that was next to the signs of the seasons and all that. So these are the numbers, and this is the commentary on it. Look at it. It says right here, 474. Zodiac is called sometimes the signs of the seasons. The Osirian religion was really the directing of man's attention to the power and grandeur of corporeal worlds. You heard that? The Osirian religion was really the directing of man's attention to the power and grandeur, the magnificence of corporeal worlds. In other words, the god Osiris's labor was to call mortals away from idol worship and make them scientists. Y'all see that? That was Osiris's labor. Get you out of the idol worship and the spookism and to make you a scientist, someone who knows something because he investigated it himself. Not to make you a believer, to make you a scientist so you can have an exact type of knowledge and understanding, to know something. Like you know your mama is your mama. You don't believe it, you know it, right? Look at this. It was also the time when man greatly developed his cognitive, intellectual, reasoning, etc. abilities. Osiris established and fortified inspiration for man to build in the corporeal field. The fruits of that inspiration continue to this day, and for convenience sake, adherents can be called Osirians. The hand of man still represents the ability to accomplish. And in early cosmon, while man considers the sun essential to life, it is no longer viewed as a creator, as earlier Osirians came to believe, but instead today's Osirians believe in nothingness, or rather random chance occurring in favorable circumstances. Accordingly, building upon the Osirian past, a teaching to this day is that man has built himself by his own hands, and therefore by extension the highest standard used to measure man is man himself, not some mythical god or hallucination of the mind called angels. For the teaching in its strictest sense considers all gods and angels to be fabrication from the mind of man. Even the sun and universe can be understood by man and someday mastered, or so the hope of the Osirian is. So that was the breakdown of that right there. Talk to me, Cosmon Carol. I'm gonna go to chapter 9 in this. This is getting pretty good. This is getting pretty good. Hold on. Ooh-wee. Chapter 9. If y'all getting some understanding, give me a 9 up in the chat, man. Let's go ahead and keep cooking. We still cooking. FGK, false god killer, Selah Shalom in the building. FGK, Selah Shalom. They were like, man, they banging for real, man. Hey, look. Don't let them start throwing up gang. Don't let them start throwing up creative gang signs, man. They banging for real, man. But you see, y'all see the Ethereans? They come through and throw up hand signs. Different hand signs represent the creator, You know what I mean? In different functions. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
We call them gang signs today. Anciently, they were called mudras.
Mudras, yep. Stacking.
Stacking. Exactly what it is.
Original inspiration.
What's the name of that show? What's the name of that show? Where it's a cartoon and they got the leaf tribe and they do these little jutsus. They call them jutsus.
I don't know.
Is it Inuyasha?
I don't know. You over my head on that one, big homie.
Yeah, well, they do these little hand signs, and it allows them to do their magic trick. They're called jutsus.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just like a mudra is in the Vedic text.
Yeah.
In the ancient Asian text, it's called a jutsu.
That's hard, bro.
Like it's almost like a magic spell.
Right. So
but you do your hands with it. You go and then you dig what I'm talking about. You throw the signs up. You dig what I'm talking about?
Hey man, so imagine my surprise, man, when I'm reading Owaspy for the first time, and I'm like, and it dawns on me. I say, they throwing up they set. Like they throwing up they, like when I first was reading it, and I'm seeing different angels with different high-raised Ethereal gods and all that, and they answer. Like when they see each other, they throw up a hand sign. And then they respond with a hand sign. You know,
and that lets you know who.
It happened from Forgopity to Osire to Serpentio. I mean, everybody throwing their sign up.
And then remember they came and gave some signs to Capilia.
Yeah. So
Capilia went to the people. They were like, you know, how we know you who you say you is. That nigga went back there, hit that, threw up that crip on them big. Come real. You dig what I'm talking about? Hit them niggas in the background like threw up the BK. That nigga, you dig what I'm talking about? He hit it on him. He hit the crip walk on him. Threw up crip. You dig what I'm talking about? I was like, oh yeah, that's you. See, cause don't nobody know this unless you one of these guys.
Right.
So that's why they had the certain bywords and hand signals, so you can know who beyond you just trying to just tell me you this person.
Yep. Their scenes was on the same thing, man. Hand signs and all that. Yep. I saw the original inspiration for the hand signs, y'all, is righteous. You know what I mean? So we got to get off that. Just because you see somebody with their hands in a certain position, you don't know what the hell going on. You feel me? Like you really don't. It all comes down. Everything comes down to intention, whether it's words or motion. It's still intention. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because a lot of people will see you, because sometimes your hands be in a position on accident. You don't even really be looking to put your hands in a certain way. You did,
right?
So that's I just found it ironic, ironic and crazy that the origin and the inspiration behind throwing up hand signs is really righteous. I say, dang, that's cold.
So if the origin of the gang sign is truly righteous, then that means the gang must be truly righteous.
Yeah, they just aiming that energy in the wrong way, bro.
They warriors without a mission.
Exactly. But the brotherhood, the love, you know what I mean? I give you my shirt off my back. You know what I mean? I'll take the flow, you take the mattress, all that. You dig? All that's solid. All that's solid. We eat together. Solid. Live together. Niggas wear the same clothes and shit. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, all that is solid. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be for the right mission, the right cause. Right? That's all. That's how. Look, they all move out in gangs. When Serpentio came through, she came through millions deep.
Setantes came with 27 million off top.
Deep. That's how it works. Look at this. Let's read this chapter 9 of Osire, son of Jehovah. Man, this is a beautiful man. Excellent session, my brother. Look at it. Through Osire, Jehovah said, I created man with a corporeal life so that he could learn corporeal things. And you were created to learn about physicality, and learn about this realm of existence. Look at this. But behold, the Iowans have lost all energy to acquire earthly knowledge, depending on their familiar spirits for information on everything, thus wasting their mortal lives in non-improvement. Look at that. See, you got to balance out. You got to balance out. We in cosmogony time. Balance. So that when they die and enter heaven, they are easily made slaves of by evil spirits. See, that lazy spirit ain't a good spirit, man. You got to balance out. Look at it. It would be better for them if they had no knowledge of spirit life. Wow. It would be better of them if they had no knowledge of spirit life, so that they would put into service the talents I created within them. He said, it'd be better off you was an atheist. It'd be better off you had no knowledge of spirit life. That way you would focus on your talents.
Dang.
You see, ain't that crazy? He'd rather you not have no knowledge of spirit life and focus on your talents than be a person that become like the Iowans eventually, who lost all energy to acquire earthly knowledge. You get, in other words, you got spirit knowledge, but you lost all interest of right now dealing with the earth. This just said that he would rather you have no spiritual knowledge and be gaining your knowledge earthly. Wow. Why? Because the former, when you cross over, you can easily be made a slave of by evil spirit. You got spirit. The trouble is, you got spiritual knowledge, right? But you're forsaking all earthly knowledge. So you can easily be made a slave of by an evil spirit.
Right.
Even with your spiritual knowledge, it's something you got to add to it that mirrors it, that's physical. If not, you can be easily made a slave. So your physical work is important too. You're supposed to balance out physical and spiritual. You got to feed both in this cosmogony era, man. You got to feed both. Look what he said.
Read that again one more time, bro. Read that again one more time.
Book of Osire 9:2. Look at this right here. Look at this. I created man with a corporeal life so that he could learn corporeal things. But behold, the Iowans have lost all energy to acquire earthly knowledge, depending on their familiar spirits for information on everything, thus wasting their mortal lives in non-improvement. So that when they die and enter heaven, they are easily made slaves of by evil spirits. Wow. Progression. Verse 3. It would be better for them if they had no knowledge of spirit life. It would be better for them if they had no knowledge of spirit life, so that they would put into service the talents I created within them. See to this matter, O my sons and daughters, for their desire for the presence of the spirits of the dead will draw fetals upon themselves, and they will go down in darkness like the ancients. The voice departed, and then Osire said, remember, that was the creator talking through Osire. The voice departed, and then Osire said, hear me, O my brothers. Hear me, O brothers and O sisters. This is my commandment upon you, and for you to render to your successors after I call you for the resurrection. Possess the temples and oracles, where the familiar spirits speak. Do not allow familiars to come any more to kings, queens, governors, leaders, or rulers of men, but take possession of all these places and answer the corporeans with corporean knowledge only. And so Osiris is making a move on the oracle houses. I'm gonna shut that down real quick. You feel me? Y'all focusing too much on the spirit and not even focusing on improvement in the physical. We got to shut this down. Damn. Look at this.
Cold.
And so that you may be as a unit to mortals. And remember, he's talking to his lords. And so that you may be as a unit to mortals, you shall all give the same name, even Jehovah through his son Osire. For when you answer at the oracle or in the altar or temple, they will ask who the spirit is. And you shall say, Osire, son of Jehovah, doing this in my name and the Father's. And when you speak by entrancement through the seers and prophets, also assert the same thing. And they will ask, why has the son of Jehovah come to us? And you shall say, because you are an idolatrous people, worshiping before stone and wood, by which evil spirits take advantage of you and rule you to your own detriment. And they will reason among themselves. And they will reason among themselves, saying, how do we know then that you are not an evil spirit? And you shall say, it is well that you ask this. For I declare to you, you should not worship Osiris. You shall not worship Osire, but only Jehovah, the creator. This doctrine only is safe.
It's the only one. It's the only one.
Talk to me, Cosmogony. What?
Hey, listen, that's clear. And then look, to show you, look at the reverence true God is paying to the creator.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think this is different. We've never seen this in any text, no other religion, no other spiritual system. We've never seen God give credit to anybody else.
Yeah.
And then he say that only the creator, not me, the nigga who bringing you the message. I come from my Father.
Facts.
He say he is the only safe doctrine.
Whew.
Golly, man.
Boy, you can't get in
It hit
the
different. It hit different when you figure out God praised the creator too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That takes so much bondage off for you, so much pressure. Hold on. We're praising the same one. Ah, okay. What's up, big bruh?
That's bruh. Yeah, that's bruh.
Man, that's
That
bruh
ain't,
and sis.
that ain't the father. That ain't the father, that's the brother.
Yeah. Man, it opens up so many doors of understanding, man. Man, straight up. This doctrine only is safe. If y'all understand that, go ahead and throw some vortices up in the chat, man. The only doctrine is safe is not to worship any son or any daughter of the creator. Only Jehovah the creator. This doctrine only is safe. If you understand that, get some vortices spinning up in here, man.
That's crazy.
Man, that kills the whole thing because Jesus Christ is worshipped as the Son of God. And in some cases, as God. Israel doctrine will tell you that Jesus is Jehovah. See the confusion? Watch me come through y'all and clear it all up, man. I'm changing the decoder. And at the same time, it tells you that it's not perfect. the man that scribed it out tell you he's not responsible for it. And watch me tell you that it's not coming to tell you to put nothing down. You dig? It just come to reveal light. And it's not perfect. Notice the Owaspi is not called the Holy Owaspi.
Right.
Notice that. The Bible is called the Holy Bible. The Quran is called the Holy Quran. Owaspi is just called Owaspi. It doesn't make this boast as being perfect or as the final revelation of none of it. You see? Whenever you can lay open, transparent like that and still kick ass and take names, nah, that right there is serious. He walk up into that's like dude walking up into the dojo and say, look, I don't know how to fight. I don't want no smoke. I'm here to learn. You feel me? And then you say, no, get on up in here and catch this fade anyway. You dig? Y'all throw him up in the bull ring and try to jump him, and he just ragged all every last one of y'all. And after he done whooping your ass, he telling you, look, I told you I don't want to fight. I don't know how to fight. I can't take credit for this. What I just did is not me. See what I'm saying? Nah, that cat.
Yeah.
That's a wasp. That's a wasp. He come on the scene and tell you, I'm not telling you to put down whatever you're doing. I'm not perfect. This is not the final revelation. Don't believe it just because it's written in me.
Well, take it and study it and find out and prove if what I'm saying is true. And if it don't sit right with you, it's not bound to you, because all of this information is indirect from the creator. It's not directly from creator.
Right.
Only what he impresses upon your soul to understand that is in a book or from indirect inspiration. Only what you inspired to get is what you're gonna get. That's the only thing you're bound to.
Makes sense. See, it's freedom, man. Straight freedom. Verse 10. Again, they will say, who is Satan and his attendant? You shall answer. Whoever professes any name except the Great Spirit is of Satan, which pertains to self. So any name you claiming, right? But it's about selfish, being selfish and all that. That's not the Great Spirit. Any name except the Great Spirit that is for self. Good night. Again, they will say, who is Satan and his attendants? You shall answer. Whoever professes any name except the Great Spirit is of Satan, which pertains to self. Satan is the self. Look at this. Now, while you are thus reasoning with them, certain ones in the temples will be worked by the familiar spirits, wreathing and twisting. And you shall say to the next of kin, behold, I will tell you how to cast out the evil spirit. Now you finna get something practical you can put into action to get down on the evil spirit. Remember, Owaspy is practical. Behold, I will tell you how to cast out the evil spirit. You shall say, I charge you in the name of Jehovah to depart. Straight up. It shall come to pass that they will do this. And at the time they use the words in the name of Jehovah, depart, you should drive away the familiars, thus proving the power of Jehovah greater than all spirits. You thought you was going to get you some type of chemical equation, something straight to the point.
They thought they was going to get some sacrificed goat blood, and you did what I'm talking about. You thought you had to hit on your knees and get down and you thought you was going to do some sauce-shoeing. No, we use the most powerful thing in all creation to banish darkness.
Yeah.
You're going to learn that that's Jehovah.
I charge you. Now I command you in the name of the Creator, in the name of Jehovah, in the name of Jehovah, E-O-E, to depart. It shall come to pass that they will do this. Oh man, this is marvelous. And look, unless you did, and unless you had the experience and did it, I don't want to hear nothing about it. All right. And at the time they use the words in the name of Jehovah depart, you should drive away the familiar spirits, thus proving the power of Jehovah greater than all spirits. Wait, drag drop. Look at it. But so that this matter may spread rapidly and be valued highly, impart the name of the Great Spirit in secret, not pertaining them, not permitting them to speak it aloud. Choose therefore certain mortals and ordain them through the king, and their labor shall be to cast out evil spirits. That's hard. It will come to pass in many places where you dispossess the false lords and their confederates that these evil spirits will inoculate the cattle and beasts of burden with poison. Sound like the mad cow disease in this month. Look at this, with poison, and they will die. And the evil spirits will show themselves to the dogs and cause them to howl. And the evil spirits will obsess the swine, which are easily influenced, and the swine will appear drunk and foolish. And all these things you shall prophesy to mortals beforehand, thus supplying evidence of the Great Spirit's wisdom. After these things are accomplished, mortals will further say, behold, O son of Jehovah, before you came, Apollo told us when to plant and when to reap, when to bring the male and female cattle together. But now that we have put him aside, what shall we do? and you shall answer them. Come into the starlight. Come into the starlight, and I will give you the signs, so that you may know these things yourselves. And where you speak in the oracle or by entrancement, you shall point out to them certain stars and give them the names of these stars and certain groups of stars, constellations with their names also. And you shall show them the travel of the sun, north and south, and give them a tablet, Ankh, a tablet of Ankh, zodiac, divided into 12 groups with 12 lines coming from the sun. Yeah, your Ankh, y'all, is actually a star key.
Yeah, they wear it around their neck like it's cute.
Yeah, it's a tool.
But it's actually a galactic pointer.
Yeah, it's a tool, Cal.
It's a tool.
It's a screwdriver. It's a shovel. It's a tool.
Yep. And it's a tool. It's a tool used to preserve life.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is why it's always tied in with life. You dig what I'm talking about? Always. Because it tells you how to avoid what's coming. In India and also in Africa, it is called the Ankh. But that same science of the great Tao Sang, or the Great Serpent, right? And how it moves in America is called the Khan. The Ankh and the Khan are the same thing. And if you look in the word, they have the same literal letters, just twisted around.
Sure do, don't they, boy? Dang.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Just to understand. See, so the Ankh is not a little cute thing you wear on your neck. It is the whole entire understanding of the cosmogony of the universe. And that's what they missing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's some people that's crazy. There's some people that actually worship the symbol. You know what I mean? And some people just wear it because they, you know, they talk about it coming together, the male, the female, to produce the, you know, the committing, the Trinity and Kemet and all that. But y'all, what you're hearing today and what you heard yesterday is that the Ankh is a galactic pointer or a galactic tool used to avoid famine and all types of things. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people never understood that, but until you look at it like that, then you be like, oh, okay, yeah. So it really ain't no reason for you to be on some reason to worship it, or, you know, be scared when somebody come around with it tattooed on them or have it on them. Yo, you're finding out today it's actually a tool used by
prophecy.
Cosmologists, ancient cosmologists.
Yeah, it's a tool of prophecy.
Yep, tool of prophecy to help to preserve life.
And see, it's just the pointer. The whole point is they don't understand that it's a whole science, and the so-called Ankh sits on a board. It sits on a board and points through the chart.
Yeah,
you dig what I'm talking about?
Star Trek type stuff.
Yeah, it points where you are in the galaxy by the date, time, year, blah, 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 and where you are in juxtaposition from the sun to its sun. See, this is what they're not understanding. You dig what I'm talking about? That's the whole why they get the male, female, child understanding, because you're really coming from the higher to lower densities. From etheric to spiritual to corporeal,
right?
Or what they call corpor, atmospheria, and ethereal.
Ethereal, right?
And it's a whole understanding wrapped up in phonetics in the Phoenician language that we missing. The whole shape is a whole understanding. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
The shape itself is a science. That top one is of the sun.
Mm-hmm. And we was reading it when he was breaking down the description of the solar system.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple chapters back, he was breaking down the connection of the solar system, dealing with the sun and the connecting bodies and all that. I was like, damn, okay. You feel me? So yeah, man, this stuff is top level. This stuff is top level, bro. Look at this 9 and 17. You shall raise up priests by inspiration and by entrancement, and through them illustrate the position of the in the signs of the zodiac or the Ankh. What is the Om? Om means direction. Om means direction. My bad, y'all. Means direction. Look at this right here. Means direction. And in this case, the place and direction of movement was illustrated by the priest. Note that there was not only for the signs, but for the individual stars, sun, moon, and planets as well. For some symbols of see images, and they go into the images, all that from the tablet of Si Moin. All right, so means direction, and in this case, the place and direction of movement. Okay, so let's read that again. It says, and you shall raise up priests by inspiration and by entrancement, and through them illustrate the position of the or direction in the signs of the Ankh, the zodiac. And the priest shall explain these things to the unlearned, so they may comprehend through their own knowledge. I'm giving you knowledge of them heavens. Cosmology. Look at this.
So what they're saying is, y'all, hold on, go back a little bit just to clear it up. What they're saying is, y'all, in this science, right, you will illustrate the position of or which way the atmosphere of not only the planet is moving, but also that of the galaxy. You dig what I'm talking about? That of the sun. You dig what I'm talking about? And then we've looked with this science and learned that our atmosphere is moving counterclockwise. That is the right? But there is a of the planet in juxtaposition to the of the sun, right? And they said, and that whole science is called Ankh. That whole understanding of how to duck a famine, duck disease, know when there's going to be droughts, know when there's going to be this. Ain't no way we serve an all just, all knowing, all fair creator, and he know this stuff is about to happen, and he don't give us a way to get out the way. That science of prophecy through the stars and where we are galactically, and at what time, which is prophecy, is called the Ankh. This is why it's always represented as a 0. You'll see it as a O with wings, a world with wings, a circle with wings.
Yeah.
You'll see it in America as you'll see it in America as a and this whole science is everywhere, because you see this in Asia, India, Africa, in America, the dragon or the serpent eating its tail. That is the understanding of the great Tao Sang or the Ankh. And its movement in the galaxy is called the which direction it moves. So just to break it down.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, bro. Verse 18. Look at this. When these things were accomplished, you shall inspire the Ahawins and Gons to go to the Ions and ask to be circumcised to Jehovah. And the Ions also, being under inspiration, will confess them and bestow them with the sign. All right, let's get into chapter 10, man. Boy, I'm getting it done, man.
And these and the crazy part is, go back up and show them the signs real quick. Some of the signs in the ancient signs, everywhere across the world, we see these same signs. Everywhere. The spear means motion. That means direction. Which way is doing? Which way is going? If you see the first one, the direction is going right and left. So what do that mean? That means it's spinning.
Yeah.
But look at the direction of the spin in the last one. It's only going counterclockwise, which is, and then right up under it is a what? A vortex. We see the great sun sign in the third, right? And this sign right here, the first one is the or which direction a thing is going. You dig what I'm talking about? This is the direction for the moon second. You dig what I'm talking about? The one with the big star, that's the direction for the sun. And this is the vortex of not only our planet, which is moving counterclockwise, but the entire galaxy moves counterclockwise. Amazing.
Man, that is amazing, bro.
And this stuff is old as dirt. Everywhere we go, we see these same signs. You see it'll be a sword or a spear, and that means direction. Everywhere in the oldest cave painted lake, it don't matter where you at. We always see the same stuff. It's crazy.
Man, it's amazing though, man. Just how the creator constantly confirms these things, bro. You know what I mean? Like for real.
The thing that I end up learning, bro, is as much as I learning now, I learn is even that much more that I don't know. You dig what I'm talking about? So as much not the knowledge that I do have just confirms that I don't know shit. You dig what I'm talking about? And then, you dig what I'm talking about? And Jaja showing out every day.
Yeah, man. There ain't a day go by I don't get blown. I'll be like, dang, that's deep.
Boy, he been doing this for a decade to me, Mally. I went into OWASP trying to debunk it.
Right.
Cause after I read it, I was like, ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Not only
and then I found out
understood it. You feel me?
And then I found out
it takes a certain type of mind to really understand, especially like the cosmogony sections and the wars and the book of Safar. You know what I mean? It takes like a certain type of mindset to understand that type. So not just to read it, brother, but books of divinity and inspiration, like to understand what you read,
to be able to comprehend, right? Yeah, I ain't even tripping on that. I ain't tripping on that because, bro, it's so much stuff. But it hit so right. I was like, like I said, it made me see, like, am I really this behind? You dig what I'm talking about? Like, it make you look at yourself as self-convicting. Cause cause like it say, who is God, right? And if you'd have asked me a couple years ago who God was, I told you that's the big nigga in the sky, sitting on the throne. You did what I'm talking about?
Believe
but
by
then go
those
in that
in
mug and you
darkness to
read,
be the creator.
and then you go in that mug and it said, yeah, it's a spirit in heaven with a throne, believed by niggas in darkness to be the veritable creator. I said, dang, I was a nigga in darkness because I believed that.
Damn, man.
It's self-convicting. You gotta, if you can't find yourself, dang. Hold on. If you can't find yourself,
here, I'm gonna read this right here. I'm gonna get into this chapter 10. All right, book of Osire, son of Jehovah, chapter 10. Look at this, y'all. When Osire had completed his instructions to his hosts, he sent messengers to Vibrad saluting in the name of who? The Creator, calling for 1 million more Etherians who came presently, and Osire divided them into 10,000 groups, giving each group one or more of his attendants, to whom he had previously given instructions. When all of them were ready for the work, Osire said, experience has proven that to dispossess familiar spirits in one place. Look at this. What do you say about these familiar spirits and casting these spirits out? Look at this. He said, experience has proven that to dispossess familiar spirits in one place is only to drive them to another. It is wise, therefore, that in the same day that you make the attack in one city or temple, you do so in the principal places all over the earth, giving the familiars no place to fasten upon. Therefore, let the beginning of sunrise tomorrow in each and every place be the sign of attack. Wow. Rising of the sun, huh? Well, Osire sent in the hit squad, you know what I mean, to go in and possess them oracle houses and to kick them familiar spirits up out of there. Wow. Look at this. And you shall possess all the temples, places of the oracles, cities, kings, queens, rulers, and leaders of men, driving away by stratagem or by force all the false lords and all spirits professing the name of Apollo or any representative spirit in the name of Apollo or Thor. And immediately mortals will recognize that some change is going on in the unseen world. You see something like that happening, that's something that's going on in the spirit world. And immediately mortals will recognize that some change is going on in the unseen world, and they will go to the places of spirit communion, asking for Apollo to explain, and you shall answer. Apollo was cast out. Hear the wisdom of the great spirit, Jehovah. That's cold. That's cold. Look at it. And then you shall instruct them as I have commanded. So it came to pass, as Osire had decreed, the Etherians drove out the false lords of the earth, and they banished the familiars of all the kings, queens, and leaders of men. And the Etherians taught in the temples and oracles, and by entrancement and by inspiration, and as commanded by Jehovah through his son Osire. Man, that's cold. They done drove all the false lords out, all the familiar spirits, and the Etherians is up in the oracle houses 12,000 years ago. Reestablishing, right, the worship and praise, you want to call it, or the service of the ever-present Jehovah, the creator. Man, that's cold. That's cold. He came up with a strategy to do a sneak attack on all the oracle houses at sunrise. So when that sun come up, go ahead and hit. That's hard. And the Etherians taught him the temples and oracles, and by entrancement and by inspiration, as commanded by Jehovah through his son Osire. But in all places, the great spirit's name was made a secret. And it was commanded of mortals that his name only be spoken in whisper or low breath, because Jehovah speaks to the soul of man silently. And these things were established, and this was the first universal teaching. Listen to this, y'all. And these things were established, and this was the first universal teaching of the Great Spirit given to mortals, other than the sacred people, the Ayans. Salute big brother Osire, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, the creator called him to do a magnificent work, and that's what he did. And while he was doing, he said, don't worship me, don't praise me. It's only creator. And this was the first universal teaching of the Great Spirit. Look at this. And Osire decreed, you shall give one Lord to every city and oracle, but every Lord shall profess Jehovah and to be in his son. And this was also accomplished. And when the people consulted the oracles as to who the Spirit was, the answer was Jehovah, through his son, Lord of earth or God of earth. But it was made lawful to use the names Lord and God with audible voice. And they were thus used and spoken of by mortals as the substitutive words permissible in public in the place of the name Jehovah. After this, the names Lord and God were worshipful. As you go on down the line, you see when that happened, which it was never supposed to be there. Osire said, it is an easy matter to rule over the kings, queens, prophets, and all learned people, but not so easy to rule over the ignorant. They, having been accustomed to worship Apollo through the idols, will continue to do so for a long time. Therefore, you shall cause the kings to issue edicts prohibiting familiar spirits and forbidding soothsayers and workers of magic, for you shall teach mortals that these things come from Satan, the evil disposition of men. This was also done according to the commandments, and now there was no place left for familiar spirits to obsess mortals. And these spirits distributed themselves like the spirits of ancient times, some going into swine and living with them, concerning which Osire commanded his host to inspire the kings and queens to pass laws prohibiting the eating of swine's flesh, lest mortals become bound with fetters. Accordingly, this law was established on the earth. Some of the dispossessed spirits went into the forest to dwell, and some to the fountains and mist and waterfalls. Others who were depraved dwelt in the fisheries and slaughterhouses, and still others in the kennels with dogs and cats. Nevertheless, there were many mortals who were dealers in magic and witchery, and these had an abundance of familiars. And when such mortals would die, the familiars would go to their sons or daughters. Consequently, it was said of them, they inherited the gift of magic. Ain't nothing but the same familiar spirit that was dealing with their pops or their moms. Osire, having overcome the evil spirits, now called a council at YAH'KI, and 500,000 angels came. Osire said, in Jehovah's name, I will now deliver those I have cast out, and you shall labor in conjunction with the gods of atmosphere to accomplish this end. Behold, I have had the familiars enumerated, and there are more than 6 billion of them on earth. You shall go, therefore, to all the divisions of the earth that they inhabit, and proclaim a great festival to be held in YAH'KI, inviting them here. And you shall provide them with conveyance, bringing them across the seas in suitable vessels. For when I have congregated them here, I will destroy the ships, so they cannot return. Boy, that boy, Osire boy, is a strategist. He's like, yeah, get them on over here, and I'm going to destroy them ships. That way they can't go back. They can't go back to messing with mortals. Look at this. This was accomplished, and more than 5 billion spirits came to the festival. Through a festival, get them here in these ships, make them think it's all about a party, destroy the ships. They can't go back. Osire cold, man. Straight strategist. This was accomplished, and more than 5 billion spirits came to the festival, where food was provided for them, and also clothes of fantastic colors to please the eye of the ignorant. And after they were provided in decency, they were entertained with music and dancing, and taught to take part also. For 70 days the festival lasted, and every day varied from another, and the multitude became so intoxicated with delight, and also so broken off from their old habits and associations, that they forgot all about the ships and conveyances. Osire spoke to his council privately, saying, provide an area large enough for all these people. I will show you what shall happen. So while the festival was going on, the proper workmen built the vessel, and its capacity was sufficient to carry all the multitude of spirits, besides the sufficiency of regimen for them on a long journey. Now after the festival had lasted 70 days, Osire proclaimed order so that he could speak to them. He said, brothers and sisters, in the name of the Great Spirit, greeting to you all. I am about to depart to a higher world. So that you could hear my voice, I proclaimed order. So that you may rejoice in my words, I speak in love and tenderness. My home is in a world far away, where there is no suffering, no sorrow, and the spirit of my people is radiant with light. I would tell you of the beauty and glory of my home, but it would not be fair to you. You would no longer be content to remain here, so I seal up my mouth. Because you suffered and my soul was full of pity, I made this festival. The Great Spirit taught me how to make food and clothes and to travel far and not be afraid. All the people where I live can hear the voice of the Great Spirit. They learn all things by first learning to hear him. His wisdom supplies every want. It will be a long time before I come again. My heart of love will come back to you. The time of the festival is ended. Your time has come to return to your old places. These lords of yours whom you have had so long should provide for you. Almost at once, when Osire began to speak, the people desired to go where he would decree. And when he suggested for them to return to their former lords, who were also present, they answered with a universal shout, no, never more with them. Osire said, I perceive you desire to go with me and my hosts. I have learned to understand the souls of people, but do you understand me? I mentioned the great glories in my heavens, but I did not tell you we work to make them. Yes, we work every day. Hear that? Ain't just in the higher heavens, just, you know, relaxing. And yes, we work every day. The Great Spirit made the tree to get its food and clothes without labor. But behold, it has no power to travel. Some things in the world do not labor, but man who has neither feathers nor hair to cover his body is provided with talents. Talents are the greatest of all gifts. The earth and the ground provide the substance of fruit and foliage to the tree, but the spirit who has talent can find the substance of fruit and foliage in the earth and gather it. Lights of various colors were now being set up by the Etherians, and the place enriched with the most enticing perfumes. Osire proceeded, by the cultivation of talent, all things are possible to all men and women. With the sufficiency of talent, you need no lords or oppressive rulers. I mentioned the great beauties in my Etherian home. You go to the spray of fountains and amuse yourselves in rainbows, but you are in a small corner at best, and the substances of your joys are in perpetual failure. Behold, the sprays and bows made by my hosts. Hear the music played in the elements of their handiwork. At that, the hosts overcast the entire multitude with the vapor of the earth, converted into millions of kaleidoscopic pictures, and filled the place with the music of wind currents trained to tunes. The hosts were overjoyed beyond measure. Again, Osire said, hear me yet further. The festival must cease. You forget I told you I must go. My marshals will now conduct me and my host to my fire ship. As for you, my heart is broken. I know the toil and hardships put upon you, but if you desire these things, they are yours. The universal shout was, we will go with you. Take us in your fire ship. Teach us how to improve our talents. Osiris said, what will the lords do? Shall they remain without slaves? But the false lords answered quickly, we will also go with you. We will also go with you and be servants to do your bidding. Osiris said, when I am on the ship, I will answer. So he departed and went into the Ariata, to the side of which his own fire ship was made fast. And presently he commanded all who chose to come aboard. And lo, behold, all of them, more than 5 billion, went in. At which point Osire commanded immediate ascent, and he thus delivered them high up in atmosphere, where his proper officers had already provided a plateau of habitation for them. And the name of the plateau was a sign signifying no escape, for here Osire decreed to have them educated and purged from evil, nor was it possible for them to return to the earth by their own power and learning. Now that was cold, because they in essence chose to go with Osire. They're like, no, we want to come with you. Don't leave us here with them. We want to come with you. And the whole time, that was Osire's strategy, to make them confess and wanting to go willingly. They willingly said they wanted to go. Hell, even the false lord said they wanted to go. No, we want to go with you. We want to stick back here, but notice you got to choose it. It can be yours if you choose it. You know what I mean? Yeah. That was cold right there, man. We been running about 4.5 today, family. Y'all know how it is. Been running about 4.5 today. Right? If y'all got some understanding today, go ahead and throw us an 8 up in the chat. Bless up. Abundant favor. In the name of the ever-present creator, man. That waspy is ice cold, boy. You know, a lot of people don't want to hear that. But it's just verifying. You know what it does. For those that apply to it, resonate with your spirit, man, like that. Dang, that's tight. That's tight how that rock like that, man. Glad everybody got some understanding. Go on back over that, slow it down. You know, take your notes, get your mind blown. I'm about to cut up out of here. Salute to my brother Cosmogony Kyle for swinging on through. Shout out to the creative game, man. Shout out to the creative game. We on that right path. You understand? We just gonna keep it pushing, doing our thing. All right. Sit back and meditate on some of the stuff that you can retain that you took in today. Truly the creator's marvelous, man. Truly the creator's marvelous. Now, that's what I'm about to do. I'm about to sit on back, do a little reflection. Man. And you know, we'll finish up this. I think it's like 2 or 3 more chapters. We'll finish this up the next go round, next time we go live, man. Create a game, you bring them, we raise them, baby. You dig? To the next time. Love, light, power, love, light, balance to all y'all. All praises to the ever-present creator, the all in all, that always was, is, and ever shall be. To the next time, family. Love, light, power, and balance. I'm about this deal. Shalom. Yes, sir.